Good morning, everybody. All right. Um, Looks like we're going up today. Does it? I'm not really so sure about that. ES is down from close by about 22 points. There's some zero DT interest to the upside, but it's still pretty evenly split to the downside again. Um, we may not have a lot of range today at all, just because the Fed meeting's tomorrow. Think those are sold? No way to tell this early. It's really hard to tell on the zero DTEs, right? They don't really skew anything, um, and they're not on the chain long enough for us to analyze like the OI data, right? So you got to just kind of use common sense, which isn't always the best metric. Ding ding. I'm start getting fucking murdered at open. That doesn't seem very positive. Am I gonna have to cut my LMT calls? Because Dow's getting fucking wrecked. Yeah. Well. Still outperforming yesterday. I've told June. I guess I could average down. Maybe I'll wait. Jesus fucking Christ. Bulls are just asleep. Shh. Be quiet, guys. Oh. Hmm. It's pretty fucking bearish. That's an interesting start. Let's see if we get a little recovery here. There's got to be some profit taking. Nvidia's going up. Did some news come out? I mean, Yellen said a bunch of bearish shit last night about the debt ceiling. That's because I bought calls to hedge yesterday. You're welcome. Nice. One of my guys I followed just alerted Fubo to keep an eye on it. Says it can rip today. Good for him. What's the spice level at? Green pepper, jalapeno, serrano, scotch bonnet, banana pepper, pepperoncini. Jolts in 30s relevant, yeah. Hmm. Sorry, hold on. I'm trying to see something here. So NASDAQ down 0.2. So NASDAQ's outperforming today. Russell's down 1.1 right now. SPY down 0.4. I'm trying to see if we're going to get like a continuation of this. Or if we're just going to bounce. Why do they take the Fed's yammerings to heart sometimes, and other times it's just full bull? I think as long as the Fed behaves within expectations, then they don't have to reposition. I mean, so if the Fed surprises in any way, either via the rate choice or the guidance, then, you know, obviously they have to take that into account. It's not priced in. I don't know. Oil doesn't look very good today. That's gonna put a drag on SPX. Hmm. Dear God. We bussin' or sussin'? I mean, on the shorter time frames. Actually, fuck that. On all the time frames, it looks pretty sussy. Futures selling off really hard right now. Testing 4170 currently. Put interest is picking up a lot to the downside. 4155. 4125. 4140. 4142.50 is the fast gamma today. So we're not very far away from that. I don't think 4140 has a lot of strength on the call side either. Can we have the VIX? Yeah, I'm going to pull it up. I wonder if I should close out my straddle. Should close out yesterday's while it's in the money. Although I do have till the 19th. I guess I could wait. The video went down. Call your family. It's a market crash. 4125 sold. I mean, it is an auction, right? I guess. Morning ending. Say the last potential day of OPEX for any GME ups. What? OPEX was last week. I wouldn't close any straddles until after jolts. Just a reminder. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I know. Lily, the last standing bastion of the market, it takes like several days to a couple weeks for Lily to generally turn around at its top. The play is intentionally early. The prophecies are true. Nvidia to 0. One can only hope. How bad does Jolt's data need to be to continue this price action? I mean, not that bad. Speaking of which, it's at 10 a.m. Redbook's out. Redbook's down. Okay. So probably about a little more chop. There's quite a lot of out of the money puts coming in. 4110. I don't know if those are sold or not, but I don't think so because we're not seeing the accumulation of call interest that we normally do. $41.60 and 65 are positively skewed. I don't know why, but 41.70 is massively negative. Short-term bonds a bit volatile over the last 12 hours, or am I just looking more closely than usual? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised with the government shutdown on the horizon. Or at least the treasury running out of money. Sorry for asking again, but what's the risk with hedging 7 to 10 DTE puts with 1 to 2 DTE calls, both at the money? I mean, your overnight, you're, you could lose quite a lot overnight if it doesn't move up sufficiently. That's about it. I mean, otherwise, you're still buying positive delta, right? So you're still hedged. With FTD is basically out of the way right now. How much downside do you see for GME until, well, they're not out of the way yet, but I don't think they're going to cause any price action until a possible May OPEX, assuming the Fed acts according to expectations of the market. I don't know, maybe back to like our $15 range. Full bear PT, fast gamma is $10 below us right now. That's possible, and we could also just drop right below that. I think the calls are maybe hanging on for positive news from the JOLTS data, but that may not play out for them. Isn't Bobby being like delisted in a few days? 4170 on futures or SPX? Futures is 4170. Not sure if it will affect anything too much, but the Writers Guild of America is officially on strike, so a lot of TV film is going to go on holds. If it lasts long, it could pressure some services. Okay, noted. I read about that already, I think. But yeah, it may have an effect over a period of time. Bobby's last day on Nasdaq is today. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's dead. ES 4175 holds and becomes resistance. Can we see a nice sell-off? See 4135.40 on SPX? That's possible. I mean, futures would obviously have to drop lower for us to see 4135, 4140, but it's very possible they do. We might drop back to like that 0.25 standard deviation, which would bring us about $20 lower than we are now. Gamma Max, I believe, is at 412. On that Thunder. Hindenburg went after Icon. Okay. Can't wait till that garbage gets delisted. When you say positive news for JOLTS data, do you mean bad news, which would slow rate hikes, which could be good, or actual bad news? This is a legit question. Thanks. I mean, I don't think there's actually any good news that comes out of JOLTS data. Um, but in the short term, a reduction in job openings is, you know, in line with what the Fed wants. And so thus slightly more bullish. Although for the economy, it's not a good thing. June puts safe for Nvidia. I mean, they're not safe, but all options carry risk. Is it enough theta? I mean, it's enough to probably manage the position for a couple weeks before you need to, consider extending them if they haven't printed yet. If you're going near the money, it's not so bad. None of the data is good news. Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. There's very little data that's coming out that can be seen positively. Mostly just the inflation reports. Do you think NVIDIA has much range past 290? No, not really. I mean, I think most of the price action we saw yesterday was kind of the rollover and gamma exposure from the markets, like the index is pumping last week. And I think now, and and that plus people pulling back short calls. I think now people are just selling more short calls on NVIDIA. So it's probably gonna create at least like a soft cap on its price action. And then if the indexes continue to decline and NVIDIA starts to pull closer to gamma neutral again, then it can start to experience some downside. Gamma neutral's up also on NVIDIA, so the price isn't really running away from gamma neutral anymore. Even when it goes up, gamma neutral pulls up with it, so it stays relatively the same notional distance away from spot. What do you think is the extent of the price range today on SPX? I mean, people are buying puts like way out of the money. I don't know if we're gonna realize that, but there's a decent pile of gamma at like 4140 and 4125. I'd imagine if Jolt State is bad, we're gonna end up kind of in that 4030 range that I was discussing yesterday. Um, that's still kind of my expected range moving into the Fed meeting. I guess we could stay as high as 4150, but ideally I'd like to see us in that 4130, 4140 range. I mean, near the money is generally like one or two strikes out of the money. $7 months of Dillionaire. My lazy CC's on Tesla strategy keeps paying me. I just wanted to say thank you for the edutainment all day, every day. Thanks, Willem. I appreciate it, man. Our puts are starting to pick up a little bit. I don't think the ones within $20 of like spot are sold. So I think we still have some room. About 8 minutes till Jolt's data too. Take profits on my puts or ride until they expire worthless. I wouldn't expect anything less of you. Popcorn. Upstart down 3% today. Seriously, how fucked are we if Powell doesn't raise the target rate? It's probably pretty bad. I mean, you mean puts or the economy? I don't think puts are in that bad of a position. The economy would be super fucked. Yeah, I think that'd be a very, very bad choice. I don't think the Fed would have enough time between. Well, I mean, they could always do an emergency meeting, but it would leave them with not a lot of breathing room until those stagflationary pressures make themselves more apparent, right? So uh I I kind of don't want to think about the outcome of the Fed being stupid here, but it's not good. It's really not good. I mean the liquidity issues are going to persist even with a 0.25 hike, even if they don't move forward with an increase in the terminal rate. But if they don't increase the terminal rate, they're not really giving themselves any breathing room. More importantly, they're not giving the market any warning that they could do more if necessary, right? And it's really about that that one statement that they throw in all the minutes, right? Where, that they will continue a policy. Um, I'm trying to think of the specific quote. In line with their goal of meeting that 2%. And so, uh, if that wording isn't present, and there is no increase in the terminal rate, they kind of handicap their ability to apply pressure to speculators in the equity market. Not that the speculators in the equity market have a ton of liquidity. They don't. Um, but it really tones down that overarching threat, which is so important. 4120 on the table. I mean, it's not off the table. I think it'd be a bit of a stretch, but we could see it potentially. I hate that it's a legitimate possibility that he may not. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Powell. I will say this about Powell, and the stuff the Fed's been doing behind the scenes. Everything has been in line with their goal. They have not, aside from the banking crisis, they have not deviated from their quantitative tightening at all. And even with the liquidity produced for the banking crisis, almost all of that is already clawed back. So, it's not like they went out and pumped the market full of liquidity and left it on the table, right? They clawed it back almost immediately. So, they may have given those banks that backstop, but then they turned around and, dumped those '08 toxic assets right in their lap. And even the backstops, like a shitty payday loan at the discount rate, right? It's just another repo facility. I actually don't dislike their plan of, forcing debt destruction onto the banks. I mean, not most of the banks can't handle it, but I worry that they won't increase the terminal rate. They'll just say, we're going to monitor and we'll adjust the terminal rate if necessary. They could say that. I think they'd want more uncertainty. So if no raise rate, buy enough calls to cover inflation for the next 30 years. That's a bit excessive. Does it look like they're trying to set up 4150 for tonight's straddle, or are calls coming in again? I mean, it looks like we're pulling down into the put delta, while, some call pressure is waiting on the JOLTS data. Lily's Gamma Max, I believe, is 412. Or, well, I guess it was 412 last night. Let me make sure that I have the most updated one. 41306. Are you considering cutting your BABA LMT calls early? I'm worried they'll keep getting dragged down with the market. Yeah, I think if JOLTS data turns bad here, I might cut LMT. Dow really isn't performing very well. I have time on them, and I don't really need LMT to move a lot, but yeah, I'm probably gonna cut them. It turns out that buying Index positions near the money with 60 days of theta is kind of relaxing. Yeah, well, yeah, until it's not. I feel like this is going to be a pretty violent move in 1 minute. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. The downside is just much more heavily weighted than the upside. So I think if we're going to move up, it may not be so violent initially. Still got 1 minute. Factory orders are in. Month over month is up. Factory orders X transportation down. Or flat, sorry. That should be good for LMT. When data when is a good upstart entry? Sorry it's been asked before, but it keeps getting cheaper. I mean, cheaper's better, right? I don't know how low it's gonna drop. I think it's already approaching like all-time lows. So I mean, I'm definitely gonna wait for the Fed decision before moving into too much upstart positioning, right? No, I haven't, CML. Just imagine how beautiful life would be if they simply hiked rates above inflation, right? Jolt's down 9.59. Okay, noted. So analyst expectations miss yet again. Man, analysts just can't get fucking jolts right ever. We're pulling down into the puts pretty hard here. Yeah, 41.25 selling off, 41.10. It doesn't look particularly bullish. That definitely doesn't. Okay. VIX spike above 17 now. Yeah, I guess expectations for GME are kind of shit. Hmm. 41.40 puts picking up, 41.25 up. Yeah, 41.65 and 60 calls are starting to collapse. That was the closest to the money positive positioning. I think 41.50 calls are dropping off too. Yeah. I'll re-enter that if this looks better after the Fed meeting on LMT. I only had like 5 calls on it, but I took some profits on it. I probably should have just taken all the profits on it yesterday. I think I'm gonna cut the upside of my straddle. I don't see it coming back. Yeah, I think I got stopped out of it just there. I should probably make sure. Yeah, I'm stopped out. So but I still have the 4170s and the 4155 puts from yesterday. So those are doing good. Yeah, and so now today, like we were talking about this yesterday, today I'm going to close that other leg of the straddle that I left hanging from last Friday, right? Now that it's back in the money. And so that's yeah, I'm not moving through these straddles that quickly, right? I'm not, and if I'm buying theta on them, I'm usually not closing them right at open. Coming up on, we're below fast gamma. Fast gamma is 41, 42.50. That's right. Yeah, like right there. I'm just setting up some stops. Give me a second here. Fast gamma and gherkin at high. That should be a stream card. It's just I mean, it's not our calculation. It's a calculation from another source. But it's an attempt at gamma neutral, although I think the attempt is also miscalculated at weighing the 28-day expiration gamma neutral as opposed to ours, which covers the entirety of the chain. I mean, we could very well just keep gamma sliding down. Uh, we, we've got quite a lot of negative pressure here. Bank KRE XLF, yep, plummeting. Mm, hold on. Okay. This is fun, right? Pack W going off a cliff, 18% down. I sold half my puts for 100%. I can let the rest ride. Congratulations. Microsoft propping. Yeah, but only NASDAQ, right? NASDAQ's performing a little better. Russell 2K down 2%. Gotta love not having theta and watching price action that would have saved your puts a day after they expired. Why did your puts expire on a Monday? Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't think we've dropped enough to light up the dork signal. Also, he's in the middle of fucking nowhere. Is this starting to get serious or is it all under control? I mean, it's been pretty fucked, right? My long held VIX longs are very happy. Nice. I might. Do I want a little extra VIX hedging? Maybe I'll hedge this account a little. Ugh. Overpriced. Yeah. How much is in here? 50? Jeez. And this is pretty shitty. Yeah, 41.25, 41.20. Interest picking up all the way down to 4,100 in a pretty substantial way. My CMA short is working nicely today. I'm up 150% on it. Nice. Broke 41.60. Yeah. Trading this bear market with you feels like trading the bull market of 2021. Thanks for all your education. No problem, man. Congrats. How much of this is planned to prove how bad things are right before the Fed decision? I mean, I think negative gamma just took hold here, and we drove down. I'm not sure this is done yet either. Um, I don't see any recovery. Puts don't seem to be relenting as they usually do. So yeah, we might move down to the at least 41.25 here. I don't think is out of the question. Did I get stopped out of my 41.45? I did. Lame. Yeah, it's not that bad, I guess. So a little rejection on VIX 18 there. What's going on with gold? Is gold rocketing again? Ooh, gold's almost back over 2,000. I should buy more of this. The zero DTs got stopped out on the bounce right here. But I might pick up some more here in a second. Let's see. That's not really showing any signs of slowing. That still looks pretty bearish. That looks very bearish. Okay. Let me think. Well, puts didn't stay cheap for very long. Some in the money puts selling off here on the 0 DTE side. 41.25 is pretty stacked. 41.20 is not too bad either. Let me see what the long term looks like, because I want to see if we're seeing a significant shift in long term positioning. And we obviously are, given that VIX is climbing, but I want to see where. Right. So okay, it looks like the whatever was left up at 41.75 and 4200 that's not sold is now underwater sufficiently. There's a little resistance here on the call side at 4130 long term. And then it gets pretty bearish, 4125, 4100. And a significant amount of interest coming in at 4050, 4000. To have those. Today is a very nice day. Okay. Let's go 4025, I guess. 4020. VIX isn't slowing down at all. I saw the clip in your DMs. What's this? Apollo? I'm not gonna watch it right now, so just tell me what he said. Oh, maybe. Have you sold your GME I sold some more today. Like 1650. Well, let's see. I sold 1850s, 18s, 1750s, 17s, and some 1650s. VIX at 18 now. This is fun. I do this. I do this all day. Rolling my puts up and in yesterday was a great decision. Seems like it. I've been swing trading UVXY, my HSA. That account doesn't have any options, so it's on hard mode. I'm getting close, affording an actual hospital visit if I need one. Isn't VXX slightly better? VXX is fixed, right? Or VIXY? I hate UVXY so much. But I guess if you're doing shares, it's not as bad. Hey, Gork, Port Big Green. What do? I mean, I assume you're gonna hold until it's not, right? At what point does it start to look like a market crash? I mean, definitely not after 100 BPS. What? This wasn't random at all, Bruce Wayne. This was planned for multiple days. You're not good with subtlety, are you? I picked up my video leap puts this morning at 250. Dope. Yesterday I heard I'm losing my job, and then completely unrelated, our landlord said they want us out. Jesus. They want to sell the house. If MOASS was going to happen right now, it would be nice. Sounds like it. I'm sorry to hear that, Sploosh. VXX still has no reported underlying. Awesome. Very classy. I should probably put a stop on this, because it's like, it's not doing that well. Let's at least cover the commission. We're just going to get even more puts? Is this what happens when the zero GTEs go the other way? The answer is yes. Oh, thank fuck. Visa dropped 2%. Yes. That's the best news I've gotten all day. Ooh. Thanks for the spurt volatility video, man. I almost got cucked on the vol spike on my contract. No problem, dude. Will the market ever go up again? I fucking hope not. Well, I mean, not for a couple years. I got stopped out of my zero DTEs for 135% profit. Woot! Nice, man. BTC starting to rip. Excellent. Gold's moving up, too. People are doing the flight to safety thing again. I missed this drop because I usually avoid the beginning of the day. Should I just go do something else with the rest of my day? Not necessarily. How much of the beginning of the day are you avoiding, James? I can't imagine trading only the middle of the day being very profitable. Dear God. I don't think the banks are fine, like CNBC is telling me. Really? How much downside does this have left? A lot? Does Lilly cure cancer or something? They make fat people thin. It's far more valuable than curing cancer. Really busy these days, King. Love you. We continuing down today? How far? I'm not sure. I mean, 4125 was kind of like the biggest pile of negative gamma. So you'd think that we'd have a little pullback here, but the bears seem to not be relenting in any meaningful way. So more down. Bears are emboldened. They're not skittish today at all. They're also very rapidly finding out how insanely valuable it is to buy lots of zero DTE puts. Gold is on the rise, but your $22 calls haven't budged. They're pretty far out of the money still. I need gold to go up like 400 BPS. My sister works for Lily. I don't appreciate you shorting her job. That said, most people don't appreciate her shorting other people's lives for profit. Is Rev stopped out on hold or completely dead? Robinhood is even showing the ticker. Uh Looks like it's gone. Revlon all done? Probably all done, right? I don't know. Is today the day? Yeah, get my tax write-off, and I don't have to look at those fucking shares in my account anymore. Cool. Revlon was holding up the market the whole time. You could short like XLE. Pour one out for Rev. I still see the shares. Don't say that. What if they just never delete them from my brokerage? That sounds miserable. I lost half my yearly salary on Rev. Yeah, but you're a fucking idiot, half squart. The fact that you would put half your yearly salary into Revlon is highly questionable. Wall halt, PacWest halt. Cool. It was set up better than GME, but it was like a scalping play, right? It runs, you take profits, it runs, you take profits. You didn't do that. You just bought and held it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I took a fat bag on Revlon too, but that's because it stopped running so I could take profits off of it. But my initial investment wasn't half of my yearly salary. Even now, Rev, still better than Bobby. I mean, yeah, if you get some of the equity for the new company. Don't be mean to Half Square. He just needs love. No, he doesn't. Hey Gork, after losing 2/3 of a port on Amazon and Upstart, I full ported into May 19 400 puts this morning. I'm up 50%, but can't sell because PDT. Can you short the market? Thanks. No. Think further drop in Upstart with a 0.25 rate increase. I mean, it's not really the rate increase that's going to matter. It's going to be the guidance. Are they going to do more rate increases? And is the credit market going to stay, illiquid and unstable for the foreseeable future? That's what's bearish for Upstart, not the one rate increase. Although now I'm worried that all of Upstart's partners are going out of business. Bobby execs should be sued for buying back shares, probably. But is any like what are you suing at that point? There's nothing there, right? You're not gonna claw back any of the fucking liquidation holdings from the debt holders. This is like suing a husk to make a statement. They were wildly irresponsible with their fiduciary obligation to their shareholders, though. I will agree. Should I still in the money cover calls on Upstart into the Fed meeting? Cost basis 1250. I don't know if Upstart's gonna drop that hard. It's already pretty illiquid. They got some liquidity back on the drop yesterday, which means that someone sold, like a position sold, right? I don't know what position, right? They could have been very, very underwater given Upstart's price history, but yeah, there was definitely some selling yesterday on Upstart, so I don't know if that's gonna like persist. It may not go much lower, right? Don't forget that it's still illiquid as fuck. And they have a giant fat stack of money to buy back shares. Is this what the beginnings of a market crash look like? I hope so. Holy profits, Batman, and I bought my puts way too late this morning. I'm still sitting on all my straddle puts. I'm very happy right now. And all those other puts I bought. Well, they're not all up yet, but most of them are. We're doing quite well. This is a happy day. Where the fuck is the bear song? I don't know, 4100? You want the market to bounce? I'm not ready to reposition yet. Staying tight with the stops or loose to avoid stop loss hunting. I mean, on the straddle legs, I've got till May 19th. I don't even have stops set on them yet. I'm just letting them ride. Bear song under 4100 for my port getting saved. All right, J Fresh. I told you we were going to go down. Sitting at 100% on my overnight puts. I know I should take profits, but it just keeps going down. Yeah, it's awesome. Took 8x on some 0 DT puts. I was playing on XRT and the bid just got dumb. Was a fun run. Huh. Does this down suggest anything to you about what smart money is thinking about FOMC tomorrow? Are they scared? Are they buying puts in order to buy calls cheap? I think this is what it looks like when the powers that be lose faith in the banking system. Picked up 41.45 0 DT in pre-market for 340. Stopped out at 200% gain. Could have been 1,000. A win's a win. Yeah, don't think like that. It's never gonna benefit you. Just be happy you made, 200%. They're in the daily Baradactyl. I think Nvidia gamma neutral is at like 270 something. I'll check. Yeah, 270.95. Yeah, it doesn't look like put buying slowing down at all. As a matter of fact, the 4100 strike's getting ridiculous. So, I would like to see a little bit of a pullback. VIX we're seeing rejection at 19. So maybe some repositioning of some sold puts. I feel like we've got to stabilize at some point today. This is getting out of hand. Why are they letting VIX out of the box? Did Daddy Diamond secure his net short position after acquiring FRC bags? I mean, if you have to start pulling back short puts, VIX is gonna go up, right? If they're pulling back their like their shorts on volatility, which they're definitely doing. Remember all the yesterday we were talking about all the sold puts at 41.40, 41.30. I mean, those got pulled out this morning, so that's gonna help push VIX up, and then also probably an insane amount of put buying today. But Jamie Dimon said the banks are fine. I mean, yeah, but for him, right? What he means is that the banks are going to be really cheap for me to acquire. Holy fuck. That seems a bit outlandish. Does this ever stop? Gurgalicious, definition make the poorest go loco. They want his treasure so they can get their pleasure from his portfolio. Gurgalicious, so profiticious, but he ain't shalicious. If he was suspicious, all that ish is fictitious. Thanks, Barry. There will be a bear song at 4100. Gherk, I'm having a good day. Yeah, I can imagine. Where are the bulls? I say sorry for your losses. I really want to know where they go and hide. Or they just pretend to be bears afterwards. I see Bob's already pretending to be bearish. Waiting at Jackson's hole. Can I get a fuck walking and bipolar bear? Yeah. Fuck them both. No. Walken was running his mouth earlier. I haven't unbanned him from the Discord yet. What's the biggest day of ETFs? With the biggest day of ETFs yesterday, could the orders have until market open today to be placed? Sure, but who cares? Oh no, actually no, not on ETF FTDs. ETF FTDs, the date we calculate is the absolute final day. On MMFTDs, yes, and OPEC settlement, but not on actually MMFTDs no either. Yeah, just OPEC settlement works that way. FTDs are always calculated to the final date. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Carl's calculating them to the final date. You rolling 519s yet? Like out and down? That's greedy. When everyone realizes the economic reorganization is over and the bottom already happened, it's going to be a sad day for bears. Sure. I mean, unless they just take their money. ES broke 4130. Nice. Is this really just because of job openings? No. It's because the fucking call positioning collapsed. Because it was short dated and shitty. I love you, bud. I feel like you're the feed guy for all of our proverbial alley oops. Then you run up and dunk over us. Good stuff. Seriously, what happened? I woke up rich. Welcome. I'm just gonna say this. If I didn't exist, you guys would all be long GameStop right now. And half of you would be DRS'd instead of short SPX. Yeah, think about that. That's not true. I just wouldn't have money. Why'd you have to ruin a good thing there? Cause I'm a masochist. Well, no, sadist. You wouldn't have stream cards. That's true. I also wouldn't have a stream. So, give and take. How's 4090 looking now? I mean, better than it was an hour ago. One could argue that if DFV didn't exist, none of us would be here for sure. That's true. I never would have bought GameStop. How's 3090 looking? 3090 or 3900? Below 4100 and we slide? I don't know about that. Long time listener, first time caller. I just want to say thank you for teaching us pores. Doubled my port this morning. Fucking A, man. Congratulations, Sam. SPX went in the money. Still got some more out to capture more possible downside. Once again, thanks, Pickle. Dude, thank you so much, man. Congratulations. That's awesome. I'm really happy for you, man. You heard the man 3090. It's ridiculous. Will VIX break 19? Stay tuned. I feel so satisfied. I read that paper I sent you today, and this happens. It's absolutely majestic. Bear song? No. Under 4100. I'm truly sorry I said a 3090 as a joke. Up almost 300%. I'm a bit loopy. Relax. No one got a little taste of Pepe. Get your shitcoin out of here. How long before GME hits 30 again? Will it ever? I don't know. Could be a while. Uh, you touching your June puts here? Fuck no. I didn't pay for all that theta for no reason. Also, I'm pretty sure they're already paid for with the 2 straddle legs that I have open today. Lily melting hard here. I bought calls to hedge all my puts. Now I wish I had not hedged, but also happy to have profits and am in good shape if we bounce after JPOW speaks. Nice. I turned a debt account 400 into 3,200 in 4 trading days. Thanks for keeping me company. Nice, zero out. Congratulations, man. My 3980, 3880 bear put spread for June is looking better. I'd imagine. Jesus Christ, by the way. That's a that's a that's a deep spread you've sold there. Neat. Hit 5-figure gains. Congratulations, popcorn trader. How does it feel to have your port be the opposite color? Do you like it? Market only been open an hour and 23 minutes. Already down 1.6% on SPX. Well, 1.5. But yeah, it's... I know it's a debit. You said bear put. I don't actually. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So happy I saw you on Houston Wade's podcast. I've been a member since after you answered my question no one else could answer. Thank you, Pickles Penne. Glad to have you aboard, man. I remember when you joined. Thank you, man. My June SPX puts are up 115%. Do I need to call my broker and complain like usual? You could try. I don't know how far that's going to get you. Are we going to break 4,100? Yeah, maybe. 4090 is picking up a lot. I don't think we see like 4080 today. I feel like that's a bit out of reach. Although mm, not impossible. Interesting. I don't know. Puts aren't selling. Like none of the puts are taking profit. Usually like well, for the last couple weeks, we dive down to like the big put gamma and then immediately bounce when they all take profits, right? But today, we dove down to the big put gamma and then bigger put gamma just came in. And then again. So the bears are now doing the bull thing, but the other way. I just woke up. What do you all do to the market? I mean, you're welcome. So today is a happy day. Will you unban me from the Discord? The market has not crashed yet, Continental. And by Continental, I mean walking. Hey, Gherk, are you from the future? No. My wife thinks you're hot, by the way. Nice. Days like today, to me, is the hardest part of trading. The psychology of seeing green, but just seeing your contracts continue to go up makes it really hard to pull the trigger and sell. Just remember this, you can always buy new contracts that aren't up yet. Give the mods sniping Watkins comments a raise. But giving Fluffiosa a raise means giving him my eggplant parm recipe. I don't know if I'm ready for that kind of commitment yet. Continental is banned until 3,500. At least 38. I'm not that mean. Yeah, obviously, he's immensely ruggedly handsome. Everyone's wives thinks he's hot. Thanks, Pterodactyl. Happy birthday, Darla. Your husband actually did well today. Jesus Christ. For the people hesitating when to cut in those situations where we don't know where it stops, I just go with the trailing stop and stick to it. Yeah, I mean, just make sure that the money you made doesn't fizzle out and disappear, right? Otherwise, what was the point? Putting that money into your account and then having it there with no risk, right? Just cash in hand. That's the real win. Green contracts are easy, but not if you don't capture it. Hard to watch, hard while watching. Thanks, Fuzzy Turtle, I think. We're going to 4090 today. That'd be cool. Yeah. We're very close. I don't see this relenting. Cash, no risk. Are you saying there's no inflation? I don't believe I said that. What do big reds today mean for JPOW? Literally nothing. The market's still at 4,100. We've only clawed back half of the fucking bull pump from the last 2 days. Pterodactyl, don't encourage his home wrecking ways. Listen, there was never a relationship between me and your mustachioed girlfriend, Rims and Tims. Okay? I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
You wanna ride it up and move, you won't sell the top and move, you don't, your stock is going down, not up, your base is upside down, you're stuck, your head is knocking like it's who's there, bear, bear, be scared, not a fucking care bear, 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 don't care, all up in your dare, yeah, bear, bear, big bear and now your board is down, 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 down.
I feel like you playing the bear song means I need to take profits on my puts. No? It's just a song. Someone paged Doric. No, not yet. What do you think so much volatility the day before FOMC? Usually we chop, stagnate before big things like FOMC rate cut, rate hike, don't we? No. Not always. I mean, I didn't expect us to pull down below 40.30 today. But then, you know, the 40.30 short puts closed out. So did the 40.20 ones. And that opened up the downside a lot more. So maybe we find some stability at the 4,100 level. My puts are still 25% red. Of course they are. No more bear song. Every time you play it, SPX bounces. It's cursed. It's a very bullish song. I made 114% of my port today. I appreciate everything you do, man. Congratulations, dude. That's awesome. Synth long upstart here seems juicy. How's it doing? Huh. I have become half square, destroyer of ports. I have NVIDIA puts I entered at 265. Okay. You have like leaps, right? You have time. What are you worried about? I 7x'd my garbage account that only had like 120 bucks. Not to mention my others. Thanks, man. No problem, Baradactyl. Congrats, dude. Back to my day job where I'll be back 5% of the profits I just took. Can't thank you enough, Gherk. You're welcome, Boogaloo. My NVIDIA leaps are leaps too. Being patient, yeah. So today you basically expected the bottom half of your pre-FOMC range you posted in Pickles Picks daily yesterday, after top half yesterday. Then sold puts capitulated, so more down. Yeah, basically. I kind of expected us to fall into the 4130 range, which I think I talked about. Yeah, at least yesterday. And then that, because that's where that big pile of sold puts was. 4130, 4125, 4120. And those closed this morning when we broke down from the JOLTS data. So once those closed, that opens up all that downside range, right? Now there's really nothing stopping us short of put capitulation. I have SPY May 8th 417p that are up $575. Is it better to take profits or hold through FOMC tomorrow? May 8th. I mean, you could definitely see where today takes us. I think there's still more potential for more downside. 2-year yield falls as much as 21 BPS. Thanks, Space Banana. Did profit taking lead to more repositioning down? Yeah. Does this sound crazy, or would this be a good spot to enter some calls? And the chance that FOMC is bullish-ish? What's the bullish outcome for FOMC right now? No rate hike? I don't think we're gonna see that just because we dropped 100 BPS today. How does banks imploding impact your upstart thesis? I don't know, actually, and I'm moderately concerned about it because a lot of their business is through smaller regional banks, that are, more accepting of taking on new risk models, and those banks collapsing isn't great for them, right? There has to be some reciprocal effect. Although I would say even more of their customer base is even smaller, like local banks, which don't seem to be facing the same kind of risks, at least not right now. If AMD goes lower, I might not need to hedge ups for earnings because it will just be back tomorrow's level if it goes up. No, you should hedge earnings. Don't be an idiot. 0.25 and no more hikes for the year? No? I mean, that would be the most bullish case. But 0.25 is still gonna compound the liquidity issue that the banks are having, right? I mean, any rate increase at this point is bad for the banks. It has been since 2 months ago, 3 months ago. Fifth thirds, I actually don't. So Fifth Thirds and KeyBank were the two that I was initially interested in buying into. They don't have a ton of duration risk. Their MBS like holdings look a little more solid. And most of their like really big loan exposure is to manufacturing and industrials, which is more defensive. But they could definitely be gotten cheaper. But I did like those two banks quite a bit. But the continued risk in them is the reason that I haven't really spoken about them publicly very much. What about the backstop? I mean, it got fucking used up like immediately. $4,100 fighting hard. I mean, probably a little repositioning. We've fallen through most of the put interest right now. There's definitely there's gonna have to be some repositioning at some point, right? You mean the taxpayer collateral that we totes weren't really going to use? Yeah. Uber driver BBBY guy still hasn't capitulated on his thesis. I don't care about him. What don't you like about SoFi long term wise? Mm, I mean, I don't like how the company is run. Is my biggest issue with them. Um, they'll probably be okay. I mean, I don't think they have a lot of this duration exposure because, frankly, they don't have that many customers that have money. I don't think they're very responsible with their money. I don't think they're very well run, but um, I guess that's about it. The other issue I have is that massive institutional holdings selling covered calls on it suppress the price a lot. I'm out. I'm getting worried about a bounce. A news blurb that pulls back on Yellen's statement is all it would take to head back up. I don't know about. I don't know if that would be enough, but there's nothing wrong with taking profits. How are you going to play the FOMC? Zero DTE strangle? Probably something like that. I mean, I'm gonna play a strangle and a straddle, I'd imagine. I think I'm gonna close both of my currently floating straddle legs because I have 4155 and 4170 contracts. So I'm probably gonna close those today, even though they're for May 19th. I mean, they're very, very deep in the money at this point. So I'll probably close those out and reposition into the end of today. At least I'm feeling a little more comfortable buying the call side of the straddle at these prices. I'm probably gonna hold the straddle I buy tonight into FOMC and then strangle just before the meeting, right? I mean, this kind of just looks like a bear flag. Hello, Bears. Slaps roof of 4175 Ps. You can fit so many realized profits in this thing. Yeah. What do you think of a short on Uber here? I mean, they're one of the businesses that should be doing better year over year, right? Not that they are, because their business model's garbage, but I don't know if it's worth it. I turned $2 into 50. Luckily, my $100 gambling money clears tomorrow to strangle way out of the money. Nice. How's 4080 looking? Time to buy a 0 DTE put. LOL, I'm feeling greedy. Might be a bit soon. Let me see. Yeah, this probably has a little more upside. Maybe we finally stabilize here. It's possible we stabilize now. I don't think it's out of the question. Although 4190 has a lot of put interest. 4100 call interest is getting stronger, so at least the longs are trying to stabilize here a little bit. The next big blocks of short puts are at 4080, 4075, and 4050. So I don't think they're going to want to pull those back today. They're pretty far dated. Do you buy a hedge for your longer dated SPX puts for FOMC or just the shorter dated contracts? I generally hedge like the entirety of the position moving into something like that. But I'm not hedging it with long dated calls. I'm just hedging it with short dated ones. Close my VIX 20C for 150% profit. Not bad considering I lost my live options data. How the fuck do you lose your live options data? 90C AMD June 16. Appropriate hedge for earnings, or should I get more theta to avoid IV crash? June should be enough to dodge the crush. I don't think June's gonna be priced up too hard. I made 600% on SPX 4045P. Had a trailing stop at 3 because of my commute to work and stopped out on 2 small upticks. Could add my first 10 bagger. Thanks, man. Congratulations, Papa Muff. Turned 300 and 3200. Thanks for everything, man. I tried subbing to Dillionaire, but I keep getting an error. I'll try again in a bit. I think it's easier if you do it through their website. I'm not sure though. I know it's cheaper than if you do it on an iPhone. Lily finally read on the day. Huzzah. Hey Greek, you're the man. I 4x my port today. Now to not fuck it up again. Congrats, man. Low liquidity due to my recent port blowout. For sure. Think GME can go lower? Yeah. You think we may recover, stabilize into FOMC tomorrow? Enough downside pressure to keep the party going. I think there's a chance we could stabilize here, but I don't know. I mean, if puts reposition to the downside even more, today may not be done. I don't think it's really hard for us to pull back all of the upside that we've seen over the last couple days. How far out do you typically sell your in the money CCs, or do you just pick an attractive premium? In the money, I try to give them a little bit of padding. You know, I don't want them too short dated because I don't want to get into like assignment risk. So, you know, usually I'm looking at like 14 to 30 DTE, depending on how in the money they are. Sometimes I'll go with like 45 if we've had like if we have an OPEX run. I'm gonna sell a little bit more theta on them. I think you need to have an announcement that people shouldn't be playing VIX calls and to just buy puts. I can't think of any situation in which puts wouldn't be better except glitches. I mean, there's times when VIX calls are fine, but they tend to be overpriced when that happens. There's other ways of getting long volatility exposure too. If Nvidia could reverse its move from yesterday, that would be sweet. That's pretty close, isn't it? With current positioning, are you looking at longer term bear call spreads like May 19? I mean, I sold bear call spreads yesterday for this Friday, but I'm going to close those today. I sold bear call spreads on Nvidia yesterday too. I'm also going to close those today. Um, no, nothing really longer term. Maybe on like QQQ. QQQ hasn't gotten hammered as hard yet, so okay. So puts are repositioning pretty heavily right now. A lot of in the money interest pulled back, a lot of out of the money interest coming in on that last tick. Looking good. I think fear might take over further. Yeah. Hey, Pores, take profits so you don't stay a poor. Love the pigeon whales. Cuckoo. Thanks, Costellosaurus. Congratulations, man. Jesus, is this gonna just run down even harder? Does this guy not know that VIX can go to 80 during a correction? Yeah, but that's like a 1 in 1,000 event, right? 1 in a million. I mean, it's the chances of that happening are super slim. I had an uncle who destroyed his liver by the age of 33 and died by 35, and even he didn't get hammered as hard as GME did over the last 2 years. I picked up some VIX March 31st, 19. What were the other ways of gaining long exposure to volatility you mentioned? I mean, you can buy like contracts with high Vega on like SPX or SPY, like far dated out of the money puts. I only have enough settled cash for 40.75p. When are we hitting it, Gurk? Greedy. I mean, we could, if the short put positioning to the rest of the short put positioning of the downside pulls out. It's possible. People are buying out of the money puts again. So I said yesterday I was sad because I had puts I didn't sell when I should have. I'm not sad anymore. Congratulations. I hope you make back all your earnings losses and have learned to not play earnings directionally. How did no one see this coming? I saw this coming. What do you mean? Fuck you. I'm not saying VIX calls can't be profitable, but let's take an example of COVID. Sure, you could have made crazy profits off VIX, but if you bought SPX puts, you would have definitely made more. Yes, much, much more. Is this selfish of me? A coworker was asking me about any live podcast streams for day trading, and I didn't tell him about you because I want him to stay poor. Rude. That's not what the pickle jar is about, toilet wine. That was too nice. Fuck the pores. Sincerely, the pigeon whales. Much better, Castellosaurus. Thank you so much, man. How deep are you in that upstart pickle pick play? Like not at all. I'm still waiting for the Fed meeting. And with it continuously dropping, I have no desire to dive into it just yet. When you buy protective puts or calls for an earnings play, what's your ratio of protection to the actual play you aim for? Uh, that depends. I mean, you're talking about I'm holding the underlying. I assume because you said protective puts. I mean, generally, if I'm holding the underlying, I'm probably not hedging earnings very much, unless I think there's a reason that I need to. If I'm trading earnings, I'm usually picking something more income based and trying to profit off of volatility instead of movement in the underlying. Sorry that you were blindsided by this market drop, Girk. Haha, dick. Even if not, someone could have straddled the opening bell, knowing it was going to swing some direction. It's true. Hey, Whitmer, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. I've only put the tip in for Upstart, but I modified that suggested play with shorter dated puts. That's fine. I mean, you can. I mean, that's just my the positioning I'm looking at, right? Is obviously making your own decisions for your own portfolio and stuff is a much better tack. XLF, not XLE. The banking one, whatever it's called. Is it XLF? Yeah, XLF. Yeah, toilet wine. Don't forget what the pickle jar is about, man. How long do these free milestone chats stay valid? I have no idea. Trying to think of something clever to say, but I'm not that clever. Oh wait. Oh, you've done it, John Smallberries. Congratulations. Oh my god, I put an apostrophe in that chat. I'm a former teacher and I hate it. I'm gonna screenshot it and save it forever. XL Financial Energy, yeah. Nice, Odorous Dan. Well deployed. I think the problem with VIX is the overnight risk. That's the biggest problem with it. VIX can drop very, very rapidly or rise very rapidly overnight. Hey, here, John Smallberries. You can have mine. How do I give it to him? Fork. Nice. Do you think we see 4085 today? It's not out of the question. I too have a coworker that is asked, but he's terrible with money, and I know how tough the first year was watching massive gains while I lost my shit. I've recovered, but I don't think they will. That's fair. We don't limit people invited to the pickle jar, except librarians. No vacancy, that spot's filled. You guys just don't want other people seeing you in here. Let's be honest. You're embarrassed. Witness me, don't count out my 5.5 3900s. Congratulations, innocent Ingrid. Are they doing better? I'd imagine that, yeah, right? How's King Lenixus doing on his position? You should ask him. Is Bank gonna make to the end of the day? Where is Dork to pump it? Yeah, it's not looking so hot. We'll see. Who's gonna fail this week? SPX gap down to 4060 to be filled today. That'd be awesome. My boss is here somewhat regularly. I don't care. He knows I watch. I sold poorly purchased puts for pretty much break even. We'll wait to reposition. Okay. The video gonna break 280? Maybe build a little. It doesn't build negative gamma until it's below 270. Well, 271. I averaged them down to finally break even today. Nice. I'm gonna tell you that's a terrible position. I'm surprised you made any money on it at all. So congratulations. Wells Fargo down 5%. Bullish, right? FOMC, the speech should be at 2:30. It's usually 2 and 2:30. So you get the rate decision at 2, the forward guidance at 2:30. I don't want them to be sus about what I'm doing in my office half the day. I have 11x, a 0 DTE, 414 spy put I bought last night. Huzzah. Congratulations, son of Ricky. Is JP Morgan going to be the only bank left? Possibly. Is Jimmy just filling the 1760-ish gap from earnings? No. No, GME's worth $9 on a good day. I bought a handful of SPY 407Ps this morning as lotto tickets. They're almost in the money and up 1,733% on the day. I wish I put more than $20 into it. Well, you know, money's money. London Bridge is falling down, falling down. I also not cool today telling everyone I would still be DRS if I never found you. I'm sorry, Cobra, but we both know it's true. Did you ever get all your shares out of there? You did, right? I know someone was asking on the Discord the other day about how to get their shares out. Uber up 8% after earnings. See, I say stuff like that to get rid of the super stonkers that might find their way in here. That way they get really offended and run away again. Jamie Dimon, same like future Fed chair? Maybe. I could see that. If Powell says AI during his meeting, we're fucked, and this will run to the heavens. Powell's going to admit that all of his interest rate decisions so far have been based on an artificial intelligence model. I ran away once. I was silly. That takes time to realize. I still have one GME DRS. I'm something of an ape myself. Gross. $9, I'll get more. Yeah, I mean, I probably will too. Why is Jimmy trading at twice its worth? It always has. It's always, I mean, right now it's trading at like 120x forward profits, right? Like a PE of like 120. It's fucking ridiculously overvalued. Now it has a PE. I undr'd, sold my whole Bobby and GME position in August and flexed on the pores. Nice. Dude, this guy who overheld his FRC puts on Wall Street bets, I don't know if I should laugh at him or feel bad. I mean, eventually he'll be given a way to get out of them, provided he has theta. But I mean, dumb, right? Just, well, not so much just dumb, greedy. And this is a lesson everyone should have learned from the last bank that went under when SVB went under, and everyone was buying puts on that. What they did to that Wall Street Bets guy is unforgivable. They took out his sell button. No, apparently they expire on Friday. He's trying to get Robinhood to let him exercise, or he's gonna sue them. But they don't have to let him exercise. Like they don't have to provide the shares to borrow. It's it's part of the agreement you sign when you agree to trade options. Speaking of banks, should I buy USB puts? I mean, they have a lot of MBS risk, but that might not be realized for a while. And, by the time it's starting to be realized, the duration risk could be being pulled back if the Fed's moving to like lower rates by then. The MBS crunch isn't as, guaranteed as the Treasury's crunch was. LMT looking spicy today. Don't say that. Picking up my 1 DTE puts on this bounce, a bad idea? Not necessarily. Chewy has a PE over 250. A lot of things are overvalued. And that doesn't sound accurate. Jesus Christ. That's going to get shorted into the dirt. Hmm. Is it a bad time to buy 7 to 14 DTE puts due to inflated pre-FOMC IV? I mean, if you're buying 14 DTE, you're not going to be paying for the IV bump in the short term. Like the shorter dated contracts are where you're going to see the biggest increase in implied volatility. I sold some GME cover calls this morning already, Bull Bear. Take profits or be patient? That's the question, I suppose. Regional Bank SYF 16 puts for July 21 are 10 cents each. Okay. I mean, that doesn't mean they're going to fail. Are we getting a turnaround here? Not a very big one. Probably just some profit taking. Will there be IV crush if we buy 0 DTE tomorrow? If so, isn't 0 DTE tomorrow a bad idea? If you buy a 0 DTE for tomorrow, you shouldn't see a lot of IV crush. I mean, you'll probably have closed the option by the time the IV actually starts crushing on it. Are you still selling CCs in the 0.2, 0.3 delta range? Yeah, I do. I sold some much closer to the money today and in the money. So I sold 0.5, 0.6, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2. Not very many 0.2, actually. Would there be a probability of more ups post Apple earnings? If Apple beat their earnings, the market might pump again. Sure. Range on this bounce, 41.25 calls. I don't know if it'll rise that high. It doesn't look like it right now. 4100 is still pretty stacked, and there's really no out of the money calls to the upside yet. If that starts to change, I mean, I'll let you guys know, but right now, yeah, 4100's where the majority of call interest is, and I'm not sure that a lot of that isn't just sold. Thanks for sharing your secret, the one good. Maybe 4120. We still need more calls to come in for there to be any decent range up. There's a little bit of call interest at 25, but it's still pretty slim and massively outweighed by the put interest. I guess we'll see where VIX starts to turn around. Where can we see the Pickles picks? They're in the Dillionaires Country Club. So Strangles, Straddles start coming in. Win for tomorrow? I don't know yet. I mean, right now it doesn't look like we're seeing a lot of positioning. Possibly some of the positioning at 4,100. That may be why we're seeing so many calls at 4,100, is they're setting up straddles there. So if they're setting up straddles at 4,100, we'll probably see like 4,120, 4080 strangles. I expect at some point today we're going to become range bound. Or into the latter part of today, right? Barring any big news. I bought Uber $40 calls for May 12th, and I'm down even though the stock is 8% up. I don't understand anything anymore. I'm done. Well, you're out of the money, right? So that's part of the problem, first of all. So you have decay in your contract. You don't have a lot of theta. And so the price of the underlying has not risen enough to offset the decay of your contracts. So now we sit at 4,100 till the meeting. Possible, yeah. How many DTE do stranglers go for? Generally not as long of a position as the straddles. I need one more tap of 4090. Still possible? I don't think it's impossible. But you might not get it today. We'll see. Like on the longer time frame, it kind of looks like we're gonna stabilize a little bit here. The 1 minute, I mean, I guess we could pull back a little bit, but maybe not back to 4090. I took profits on 519 puts for risk management's sake. Even though I know this can keep going down, I'll reposition with profits following FOMC. I finally learned my lesson. Are you proud? Also, fuck the MM for not selling me a 4,100 for $1 earlier. Very good. Nice. Yeah, you can always reposition later. It's not a big deal to take money off the table. Plus minus 20 is usual. Depends on where we are at. But yeah, generally speaking. You get wider ones too. Like, not all of the positioning. It's just the majority of the positioning tends to fall within that psychological range. I know the Fed meeting's tomorrow. If I'm opening a strangle, I'll open it tomorrow. I'll open a straddle today into close, but I mean that I don't know where yet because it's going to depend on where we're trading by then. I forgot to ask when you sold the CCs on GME this morning, were they at or in the money? Both. A legit serious question. I'm sure some of us made profits today. However, I took profits early and left some on the table. How can we improve on this front and not be afraid of holding? I mean, part of it is experience. The longer you do this, the better at it you'll get. You know, that's kind of the last thing you need to work on as a trader is maximizing profits and learning to follow trends. Um, First, learn to enter positions, turn them profitable, and take profits. That's far more important than learning to, you know, squeeze every last drop that you can out of your contracts, right? And if you do the first part really well, you'll get enough money that, you know, you'll be a little bit more confident learning the second part. Thank you for teaching us all how to sell CCs on GME. Lowering my basis gives me hope that I won't be underwater forever at $35 a share. Congratulations, man. Don't the names straddle and strangle seem to be applied backwards? Straddle implies wider than strangle to me. I didn't name him, man. Just wondering, I find that I'm good at finding entries between 9:45 and 11, but anytime after that, I find I'm absolutely horrible at assessing trends. That's not abnormal. I mean, momentum in the morning tends to be stronger on indexes. That was Uber's earnings today. That explains his IV crush even more. I mean, I know you didn't name them. I'm just musing. I think it's more the, you know, a strat like the charts, the profitability charts. Like a straddle is like that, and a strangle is like that. So this looks like thumbs and hands. I don't know how to draw hands like that. And this looks like, you know, the like someone's legs. I think that's actually why they were named that. Yeah, FSLR is doing really good. I'm pretty happy with it. I've always thought of a straddle as sitting on a horse's back, one price, while strangle has two hands around a neck, two different price points. Okay, yeah, I guess that's another way of looking at it. Now you're just making stuff up. I'm really not. I don't know how to draw hands like straight on like that. I mean, I could draw it from that angle, I guess, but my CCs for GME are May 19. So Condor is like a person squatting down to teabag the market. No, I think it's supposed to be like the wings of a condor. I feel like condor and butterfly are pretty explicit. But yeah, I mean most of their names are based off their profitability charts, right? Like verticals because their profitability charts look like that, right? Um you know, condors are like that. Straddles, strangles, uh butterflies. Um, what's the new term you came up with? Through the money? In the way. What chapter do you cover ITW options in your New York best-selling book? Oh, jade lizards are weird. They're like fuck it, how do they look? They're like negative, positive, less positive. They have a really weird profitability chart. They're really good for stocks that are like oversold, that have high implied volatility. They used to be good on GME. Like if you enter J lizards at the bottom. PacWest down 25%. They next? Well, at least the market thinks they're next. How greedy would I be if I sold 1750 cc 0.6 forward delta for May 19th? Oh, and on GME? I mean, it's not that greedy. On the way is actually more appropriate at how you tell people to buy positions that go in the money before reaching the target. I know. That's why we were that's why we were talking about it. Big Bear, the day I have a headache and choose to sleep in, c'est la vie. There'll be more chances to make money. I hope you and everyone else printed hard this morning. Hard as fuck, Yaga. Thank you. Sorry to hear that. Thoughts on the energy and oil with the past couple days down? What about it? I mean, I don't think my opinion on oil's changed. I don't know about the rest of the energy sector, but I mean, oil's demand is going to go up as we approach summer. Seasonally, it generally does pretty well in the early summer period. And if oil prices drop far enough, I expect OPEC will cut back production even more. Thanks, Hamburger Helper. How are zero GTs looking? Starting to see some stabilization, or does the show go on? I mean, I'm out of all my zero GTEs now. My granddad wants to buy Jamie and is asking what price to buy in at. What should I tell him? It's too expensive right now. Also, you're gonna let your grandpa buy GameStop? Better hope he loves you a lot. Per MTB Dork, check DMs. How would you work a 415p that expires 5/8 into a straddle or strangle for tomorrow? I mean, you can do like a guts, so you can buy like your at the money call and use your in the money put. Shittier, right? Because you're like a little more exposed to upside. You might have to weigh the delta appropriately with your call purchase. $17.50 was greedy when we were at 23. Yeah, I mean, I sold some 16.50s when we were at 24. I still have them. They're up like massively, but I don't need to close them for anything. Greg, if this wasn't a bull market, what would be your bear thesis? Fuck off, Bob. I cashed out 500% of the cost basis on CMA. I left 50% of the position to the rest of the play to see if the rest of the play works out. Nice, dude. It looks like my exit from LMT this morning was intelligent. And now I might be able to get a better strike on my calls. I might wait on them though. Hey, this grandpa bought GME at $12 in December 2020. Some of us know what's what. Okay, fair enough, John Smallberries. No judgment. Although, I feel like you didn't ask your grandson what a good price was, right? She was one. Okay, so yeah. How deep in the money to sell upstart CSPs before the Fed meeting? I don't know. Do you think the outcome of the Fed meeting is going to be bullish for upstart? I mean, I'm gonna enter some position on it tomorrow, but I mean, frankly, today it could still see more downside. When looking at the put strikes for selling CSPs for synthetic long, say on Upstart, is skew the most important factor on leaps for premium, or is there a way to best capture IV? I mean, the skew helps pretty a lot actually. You can get some really good leverage because the skew is favored to the put side. I mean, you're gonna capture implied volatility with the long position you're buying, right? Is SPX starting to look more bearish? A little bit, yeah. Repositioning, like I said. You just gotta kind of wait it out and see where it falls. Is reversion to mean a good strategy? Not always. I mean, especially not in a bull market. I checked my DMs from Doric. Oh, okay. I was pooping. Another question regarding FOMC tomorrow. Does JPOW have to necessarily inform whether or not the rates will be paused as of tomorrow's FOMC? Or can he announce it at the next one? He doesn't have to announce if the rate increases will be paused, but he will be expected to give guidance. That would be a complete turnaround in the current strategy that the Fed has pursued since end of 2021, right? The, you know, their plan to remain transparent would then be put into question, which would probably cause fear. Although, you know, that's might be what they want at this point. Hey Greg, I'm up $1 on my GME May 12 1750p. This is my first options play. What do I do now? I mean, you could wait. You can take profit. Up to you. In the hot tub stream, you said you had a slow gamma indicator. Can you explain that, or is that a quant secret?
No. I mean, we just have. It's not that we have a slow one. We just have maybe a slightly faster one, which is miscalculated, and then we have ours, which is it's not slow. It's just the entirety of the chain, as opposed to being front weighted like the gamma flip is. Hopefully JPEG goes full uncertainty and provides no guidance and lets the market go into darkness. That might not be bad. Sup, Girk Berry here again. Not that anyone wanted it, but here's my unsolicited 2 cents on tomorrow. 25 BPS hike followed by clown bull candles. Then JPOW speaks. SVX base jumps to 3984,000. Okay, that'd be cool. I think JPOW needs to make it very, very clear to the market that the Fed has no intention of pulling back rates this year. I don't know how he's going to make that clearer than he already has, but he needs to make that clear. I have no idea why Rumble's up. How far out are you going for your straddle strangle for the speech tomorrow? I mean, the strangle's probably going to be pretty short dated. The straddle's probably going to be for like May 19th. This market has a cognitive bias problem with JPEG. I thought the last time JSPOW spoke, he looked nervous. Wait until you see him tomorrow. Full sweat. What's up, Gert? Celtic here. Just invested Barry's 2 cents into puts. JPOW can raise terminal rates and say that he expects further rate hikes going forward. Market rips to 4,500. Not right now, I don't think. The liquidity has been getting hoovered out of the market for the last like 2 weeks, and there's not a lot of there's not a lot left for the bulls to ride on. They're running low on money. JPOW said that he is expecting rate cuts, and we fell below 4130, which is not good for the bullish positioning that was in place. Loose tie, disheveled after wrestling Yellen in the back room. JPOW should start with, well, I tried to tell you all, but you kept buying calls. Grandpappy heard your responses, now asking if he should even buy GME. I don't know what to tell him. I'm not his fucking financial advisor. GME presents risk and it's overvalued. If GME was valued fairly, it would present less risk. Do you think that the Express will fill the gap? I was planning my prices. I'd be looking to add to my position. How big's the gap? I haven't looked at the Express chart in a while. I'm kind of just holding it for a couple years. I'll see what happens. Oh yeah, that could probably fill. I don't see why not. They don't have earnings for till next month, so yeah, no reason for it not to. Howdy, I assume you got censored there, bud. Give me a second. Took profits on half my puts and set profitable stops on the rest. Your take profits rate really spoke to me after royally screwing up last week so badly. Every day trying to get better. Thank you for what you do, man. Thanks, Howdy. I appreciate it, man. Up over 10K today. I don't know if you or your SVX daily contracts are the best thing that's ever happened to me. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, MT. I appreciate it, man. That's awesome. What could it mean if JPOW walks to the podium holding hands with Lagarde tomorrow? That'd be awkward. Marriage? I don't know. Hey, market, we have no intention of cutting rates this year. Market, so there is a small chance. JPOW, fuck this. You're a terrible grandson. That guy's grandpa. What's up, sugar tits? Are you 100% sure Funyuns aren't a vegetable? They are. They're corn, right? Well, I mean, corn's a grain, technically. So, no, they're a grain. Funyuns are an onion flavored grain chip novelty. How does SPX go up after tomorrow? No outcome seems like enough to push the SPX higher overall. I mean, I think the short position is building. We've dropped 150 BPS, but that's nothing, right? Like we could go down much more. So be patient, get theta, hedge your positions, don't be an asshole. But yeah, I mean, I think the Bears, the bull side slipped pretty hard today. I don't expect it to come roaring back anytime soon. The liquidity simply isn't there right now. The big liquidity they pump that they got after the bank earnings is all but pulled back. Treasury general accounts continuing to rise, which usually has a pretty negative effect on SPX. On RRPs rising, money markets are still rising. So nothing economically, like the flow of money is not shifting. And these pumps, while they are huge, are short lived, which I've been saying since the pump started. They are unpredictable. I'll give them that. They kind of come out of nowhere and they come in fast, but hopefully we can get a little bit better at predicting them now that we know how they're structured and what sources of liquidity tend to help them out the most. With the Fed discount window closing, though, I can't see there being a lot more future speculation in the near future. We might actually have like a period of actual downside for a change here, which would be nice. And good for anybody with that floating rate risk, right? As it'll help drive down those yields, which have just been soaring the last couple days, especially since JPM's buyout of FRC yesterday. Can we ask how much you netted on zero DTs today, Dad? Or is that rude? I mean, I made more money off the straddle puts than I did on zero DTEs, but I don't know, like maybe maybe like 45 on the zero DTs. I don't have all the contracts right here. I have to look at my other broker. I made some money on the stream account too. Yeah, I don't know, like 45, 50, right around there. It was a good morning. The straddles were way better though. I mean, the last night's straddle went $70 in the money. The weekend straddle went 55 in the money. And I had 30 and 25 of those contracts respectively. Bro, you made half my yearly salary in 3 hours. I mean, with the straddles, I think I made like 3 times your yearly salary in 3 hours. Trading's good money if you get good at it.
How does selling SPX options work when there's nothing to get assigned on? They're cash settled, so the option is settled from the difference between spot and strike. So if the option expires, right? Say you have a 4150 put and SPX is trading at 4100, you would get 50 times $100 at settlement. I sold my MMTLP when it's still trading, but I can't help but still be curious about the whole saga. Do you have any thoughts on the New York Supreme Judge ordering FINRA to talk about the blue sheets? No, I don't care, and I don't think it'll lead to anything. I'm mentally prepared for SPX to chop all day leading to tomorrow at 2. What I'm not mentally prepared for if SPX does a repeat tomorrow and we tank some more leading into the release. It's possible. Overnight breeds uncertainty, and VIX is very close to 20 right now. It's not a Ferrari. Ferraris are more than that. I used to be a bartender. Now I own an espresso machine. Options is good money, but scary. Yeah, it requires a lot of discipline and practice and risk tolerance and behavior modification to get very, very good at it. And then to be really, really good at it, you need strong analytical skills. It's tough. I mean, it's not for everyone, but aspects of it are, like what I wouldn't recommend doing what I do to anybody. But there are things that everybody can do to make money off the stock market, right? Like almost everyone should be capable of understanding cash secured puts and covered calls. And for the people that can just understand that, that's huge, right? I mean, those are yields 50 times in excess of what you'll ever get in a money market account or from a mutual fund, right? And that's money that's made with your money when you put your money into those products, but it's not money that's ever realized by you, right? And I think retail's ability to go out into the market and utilize even those more simplistic tools is a huge advantage over a 10-20 year period. I mean, you're talking about compounding gains that are 100 times what you would get from a 401k. And right now that's money that, hedge funds and banks just steal from people. And so I thought if I could teach people at least that, not everybody has to be like, a hotshot options trader, right? And some of you might be capable of that. It's a lot harder. It requires far more work and knowledge and risk tolerance and all that. But, even for those of you that can't do that, there's still a lot of opportunities that I think everything we do here help highlight. With the range shrinking, what's more likely for the rest of the day? Grind up or chop down? I don't know if I really want to play much of the rest of the day. At least not actively. Maybe the end of the day as we see how positioning moves through the lunch period. Like, as we move into 1 or 2 o'clock, we might pick up some more range. The bears might be interested in fucking up all of the call positions that are coming in right now in order to straddle the Fed meeting. That's always a fun thing to do. Since the beginning of the year, I've been making 400 to 1K a day. Easily, all thanks to Papa. See, yeah, and not everyone's results are going to be that, but congratulations, man. Selling 45 DTE, 20 Delta Strangles on indexes and closing them at 21 DTE have like an 80% pop.
They can be really risky though, and you need a shitload of margin. So it's a lot of capital that you're tying up, and barring any kind of crazy event, sure, but because you have to tie up so much money, in the event that something crazy does happen overnight, your risk is massively multiplied, right? Are money market fund or treasuries marginable? Yes. To be honest, my 401k and IRA accounts are my life. If all else fails, accounts. I straddled 4100 for 4.5. Okay. I appreciate all you do. You've taught me and helped me tremendously. Thank you. I'm finally learning. Nice, man. What benefits do you see in opening a straddle end of day and not 30 minutes before the meeting tomorrow? Well, generally if you're at the money for the range we trade in, you get a little boost on your premiums as people pile into those strikes tomorrow, right? So that if the earlier you buy the straddle, the more you can benefit by increased IV going into the meeting. I mean, sometimes enough that I cut back some of the profitability on the straddle before the meeting even commences, right? So, like say I buy 4100s, I have my call and I have my put. As the meeting approaches, like the deadline at 2 o'clock, the value of those contracts is going to go up as other people pile into them, right? And so getting in early can be slightly better because you're not paying that increased premium, and you can also, if you have a big enough position, you can take some profits there and then let the rest ride. I've had my straddle, like put and call side, both move up 15 to 20% before the meeting ever starts. So it's always better to be early. Where that goes wrong is if the range and like our trading range shifts really hard, because then you've got to reposition your call side or your put side depending on which way it moves. Bracing myself for the pitchforks. Here goes nothing. Have fun, turd. Yo, BTU CSPs are so good. I know, I like them a lot. Most importantly, it takes time, pretty hard with 40-hour a week to get the practice in with options. But just CSPs and CCs alone already give me so much opportunity. Thanks for all you do. No problem, MindSwap. Yeah, I mean, people have other obligations and stuff. Not everyone can do this full time, and so I think a lot of more what I try to do, at least, or what we try to do, is provide data and information that somebody looking at the market all the time might have to people who really can't, right? Hindenburg now chasing Carl Icahn. Good for them. Probably not hard to dig up a lot of shit on that. What did I miss today? Why are we so red? Is it because of the JOLTS data? I mean, the JOLTS data wasn't Actually, the JOLTS data was, on the bullish side, right? The fewer job openings is in line with the Fed's expectations and their goals. It's bad because it means the labor market could be softening slightly, but the change in JOLTS data was marginal at best. Now we're falling because the bullish side of the positioning on SPX and futures collapsed in a pretty significant way. You expect any bump on GME to the end of the day or just down? I'm looking into selling covered calls. I mean, it could bump. Uh, I mean, you might get like 1850. I doubt you'll get 19 this week. You could try and wait for it, but you may just miss the opportunity to sell entirely. You can always scale into them over time. You might get better prices on some of the contracts than others. How much theta are you buying for the straddle tomorrow? Probably like May 19. I just the liquidity is really good there, so I don't see why we can't test. Yeah, I don't know. 4110 doesn't look very good, and the put positioning is still strong. Actually, all of the put positioning is still really strong. So I don't think we have all that much range. Remember, bounces are a lot more difficult in a negative gamma environment, right? And right now we're definitely trading in a negative gamma environment. I think Nave is like negative 12 billion per 1%. So, we got about 16 negative 16 billion on the Nave Gax, and then the skew adjusted is hold on, let me look. About negative 11 billion. So that's like per dollar, that's about what, 300 million roughly. And the video looks bearish as fuck. I love it. Nice. Take a look at IEP. Huh. Okay. Hindenburg trying to get out of their shorts. That's a fucking dangerous game. Hmm. I'm gonna laugh my ass off if Icon turns around and fucking does like a $2 billion share buyback. That's not someone I'd fuck with. You did mention that you started trading with 25K. Could you please go through the initial set of strategies you used to scale your portfolio up? Did you just deal in stocks or just options? I mean, at the time, mostly stocks. I also traded crypto. I would use options for their actual purpose back then, instead of for speculation. I would use them to, hedge positioning. Uh, I would say my strategies back then were more institutional and much, much, much more risk averse. But yeah, I mean, I was trading stock, generally speaking, for the first like 5-6 months. Once I got my portfolio up a little higher and I was able to take on more risk, and then I started moving more heavily into options. Thanks for your information on the lead up today. Curious what DTE you target for BTU. Seems like 30 to 45 would be desirable. Generally speaking, about 30. Sometimes I'll do 45 if I'm selling them like in the money. So like if BTU gets like a nice drop below like the $23 range and I sell some in the money, I might do 45 days on those. But usually I prefer to keep my CCs and CSPs within a 30-day window because the rate of decay is faster. Spicoli, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. I nailed the top on the Lily July 390p entry this morning. Thanks for what you do. Nice, man. Congratulations. I picked up a few more of them today. What news could JPOW deliver tomorrow that would be bullish for Upstart? An intent to pause. An intent to pause would be very bullish for Upstart. It may not be realized immediately, but it'll be realized over their earnings in time, right? So it's not like JPOW's going to say pause and Upstart's going to rip to the moon, right? It could mean that because the short positions might try to flee, but I doubt it would mean that. It would probably just mean, their profitability and their earnings would improve significantly quarter over quarter. Bank down 563 BPS. Hold on, I don't have it up on my screen right now. $544, but yeah, down a lot. What trend line? This? Who gives a shit? What does this have to do with anything? This doesn't matter. Will VIX get back to open by end of day? I highly doubt it. Sorry, I had to run for lunch for a few. Are we seeing positioning build? Straddles around this point for FOMC. A little bit, yeah. Not a ton yet. Usually we won't see more of that come in until the end of the day. Has the tendency of bear flags to break up changed over the last 2 weeks? Changed? I mean, yes. Also, I wouldn't rely on that as a fucking signal. That's a very, very risky proposition. But yeah, we're in a negative gamma environment right now. Very negative gamma environment. So the tendency of anything to break up is diminished. In a positive gamma environment, then yes, the tendency for a break to the upside on a bear flag is higher. I rustled up an old photo of your bartending days. Fuck you. Thoughts on Banks, Wall, and Pac W taking a beating. I mean, we talked last week and yesterday about Pac W, possibly being Pac W, and I brought up Pac W and U.S. Bancorp as being the next two possible highest risk banks. I don't think they're gonna fail just yet, but if the Fed moves forward with another rate hike, they could. Good that I took a loss on Nvidia on my short position at the beginning of the day yesterday and opened a short position on SPY at the end of the day. Thinking about taking profits now. There you go. So JPOW signals a pause on hikes, a sign that Upstart is found at bottom of its range. Yeah, it very well could be. Upstart is sort of in a stable credit environment. The beauty of the cool thing about Upstart, let's say, is that in a stable credit environment, they're an extremely profitable company. They have very, very low overhead, and they make quite a lot of money off what they do, and even more if the credit environment stabilizes with higher rates, right? Because they make points off of the facilitation of the lending process, right? Or off the origination. And obviously there's more points available on loans that have higher interest rates, so there's more money for them to be made there. And in the past, the reason they became so valuable, their shares, was due to that profitability. Also, currently on their books, they're carrying a large amount of loan interest, which in a stable credit environment, they would very easily be able to get off of their books and sell to banks. And getting that interest off of their books raises their book value substantially, and then the profitability that they would experience in a stable credit environment beyond that is quite nice. That, and also they can, if they desire, they could really push the AI narrative too. I mean, their determination system is built on artificial intelligence, and so they're an actual use case of artificial intelligence. Besides speaking like you make a mad load of money, how come your account is always deep red? I mean, it's not. I just close the shit that's green when it's green, and then everything else just sits there till it dies. You look at SAS. I think I started this account with like $5,000, and I've gotten it over 100 a few times. It's all on film. If you want to go back and find all the profitable trades, you're more than welcome. But yeah, usually when something's up 10x, I don't keep it around for long. You look at SASR, odd regional bank in an area that's going to get hammered in this environment. I have May, June 25 puts, and they're all up 100%. SASR, May, June 25. Well, how the fuck is that helpful? I don't want to buy puts on something that's already up 100%. Sandy Springs Bancorp. I got a dividend coming up. That's interesting. Gherkin about to give another take profit speech. I feel like that should have already happened. How long did it take 5K to 100K? About a year. When Upstart leaps? I don't know. I'll enter them when I feel like it. Any upside left in BABA, or is today's market dump and impending Fed decision meant it's unlikely? I mean, the market dump today didn't help. BABA has mostly remained stable, kind of right at my risk. I guess it tapped like 85. It doesn't look good. I mean, a rejection on the lower resistance probably means it's ripe for another put entry. Opened DVN 65C 915. Huh. Really? Okay. Okay. That's bullish. You're gonna need oil to go up a lot. I love it when the SS sims try to clown you. That's whatever. We're grinding up calls. No, I don't think we're grinding up. I think we're just trading right near 4,100. I mean, you could try calls, but the profitability potential on them doesn't look very great right now. We've burned up like a lot of the momentum from this bounce without very much price improvement so far. So, and it's slow to be realized. Personally, I really don't like. I really don't want to take any more positions right now. I don't think 4,100 is going to become any less negative today. And there's still not like a lot of calls coming in. I mean, it's a little bit better, but not much. No, puts aren't really selling off. Everything's kind of just stabilizing around here. Calls are being bought to hedge the upside, which is that and some like small amounts of put capitulation from in the money puts, but I think everyone's freaking out way too quick. Well, at least you guys that keep asking me every 5 seconds are puts selling off are freaking out way too quick. What's the market? Why is the market crawling back up? I thought we were headed to 40.85. No. There was interest at 40.80 and 40.85. There still is, but there's also sold puts at 40.80. And it's the midday, so liquidity is low. Lawmakers urge JPOW to halt rate hikes. Sure they do. Are you still gonna zero DTE puts in the afternoon? Maybe. I have not priced in a hawkish FOMC with a 100 basis point drop. Greedy. Not even fucking close. A truly hawkish FOMC, I mean, the market would be trading at like 3,700, not 41. Nancy losing too much money? Probably. Well, it's the spike in unemployment that lawmakers don't want, right? Because their constituents are going to blame them. I wouldn't hang on the hopes of an end of day dump. I mean, all of the call positioning needs to move down in order to cover the current range, right? And we're seeing more effect of that in the midday because volume's just really low. The put positioning is really not closing in the money though, and some in the money puts are still being bought. I think mostly like our range is gonna narrow, like we're gonna contract and probably consolidate into the end of the day because FOMC's tomorrow, and you know everyone needs to position accordingly for it. This is not fucking bullish though. So it's very likely that the rest of our day kind of does something like that. I don't think we're gonna break through the 40-80 sold call or sold puts today. The momentum's kind of gone for that right now. It could come back later, but right now it's not happening. Calls are moving into like 4120, 4110, 4105, but it's light. There's not a lot of them yet. Puts are moving in across the entire range. So I would just expect chop, and it's on the low volume, pretty unpredictable. So I wouldn't try to place any bets on it. Thanks, Greg. Unfortunately, events have happened, but your teaching has allowed me to help the family more than I would have. I cannot thank you enough, boss. Thank you so much, Adopted by Dan's. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you make it through everything okay. Yeah, I don't want to do dedicated 110K to 100K play-by-play account journeys. First off, I think they bias people, and then they're gonna try to replicate it, which is gonna lose people a lot of money. Um, it's not something that I want to manage or track for anybody. Um, I don't see any good coming of it. I still think the best way to learn to become a trader is to kind of do it on your own and find out what works for you. And I think by doing a 5 to 25 or a 10 to 100 challenge kind of thing, it doesn't benefit anybody. I think it's just going to lead to people trying to copy what I did. And then probably not having as much success at it. I mean, yeah, but I can do that with my other accounts. Like I don't need to do it. I also don't want to ever trade publicly. I mean, more than this is already too much. I already don't like the stream account. And most of it's just like fucking meme positions and 0 DTs. Greg, you want to hear about my 100K to 1K successful challenge? Sounds like a rough road. Using TradeStation data back to 1998, today appears to be the first time that SPY has ever made it through 1130 without a single up bar. And on what time frame? Did you in the past, or maybe even now, maintain trading journals? In the past, I did. I don't anymore. How high would you guess oil can go over the summer? I don't know. Maybe we'll see like 85, 90 a barrel. It depends on what OPEC does. If oil drops enough and OPEC restricts even more supply, then, it could go significantly higher. Uh, I would expect it to be kind of volatile. I mean, I have oil exposure. I expect it, like 80, maybe 85 conservatively a barrel. Anything beyond that, I mean, would probably be caused by some kind of catalyst, which I can't predict. And any losses that could be sustained, like say oil stays under 80 or at 80 a barrel through that period, is offset by the massive dividends paid on oil stock. With 10K, you just need a good degenerate 0 DTE play and either go to Valhalla or straight to Wendy's Dumpster. All you need is a week. That's a good way to lose 10K really fast. Could Upstart fall around 9 to 10 with SPX dropping below 4,000 end of week? Possibly. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely some short liquidity there. Especially after yesterday. But I mean, the Fed decision could weigh on that. Google bounced back pretty good after the early drop. Still have their sold calls at 105. Yeah. But I have time on them. They're for June. So I'm not really too concerned. I tried the 100K to 1K challenge today. I thought it would be easy. Put it all on 4100 0 DTs. Accidentally 10x'd my port. Fuck my life. I've been flowing the Lenixis 450K to 0 and banned from Super Stonk story. Nice. All right, so that's starting to become a little more obvious. I think we still need more volume, but 4125 is picking up a lot of put and call interest. Mostly put still, but it's starting to pick up a little more call interest. I don't know if we can pull up that high. What's ES doing? Jesus fucking Christ. ES testing 4125 right now. So that's a pretty important resistance. If that breaks up, then maybe like 4115s aren't so bad. I might grab a few on the call side. But if this gets rejected here, I don't think it's a good thing. There's still a lot of puts. What? Bro lost 450K? Supposedly. Is this drop because of Pornhub being blocked in Utah? Probably. Did I mention earlier that this trend ends at 4150? You did. But all uptrends break down. Is today's drop because everyone is selling in May and walking away? No. You interested in starting a Pornhub truck business in Utah? So is it we just like put computers and chairs in trucks and drive it around Utah and we have Pornhub? Like we use a VPN? Do we pay for premium or we don't need to? Can you put ES up? Yeah, it's it's testing 4125. It looks like it's rejecting a little bit, but volume's still really low. Drop end of day for 4100 neutral positioning. Yeah, we'll see. You know what's weird is there's still just not very many calls at 4100. That's not even, I mean, all of the positioning is super skewed to the bear side right now. Maybe I need to zoom out because everyone gets stressed out by the fucking one-minute candles because they can't zoom out. Please help me. I'm in Utah and I only have the JC Penney catalog now. You know you could just get a VPN, right? The state of Utah can't control the internet. They have to pay extra to sit at the premium chairs. So these are just like interesting. You've clearly never been to Utah. I have, unfortunately. I spent 3 weeks in Utah, and it was the worst. Has there ever been a stock that's actually gone negative? How would that work? It doesn't. Oil did one time. They can control the internet through the power of Joseph Smith. Was that the horny teenager that wrote their Bible? What do you think you would be doing if you never got into finance or trading? Executive chef? Well, when I first went to school, I wanted to be a doctor. Those are, I mean, that's the coursework I took until I switched my major. So probably that. Best bedside manner ever. Yeah, I was thinking more like surgery or something. Not proctology, ideally. Although, that wouldn't have been too much different than finance. I still deal with assholes all day. Do you enjoy trading before streaming more, or are you enjoying it more now that you're streaming and you have more people to hang out with? This is more fun, but it's also more time consuming. I don't have a god complex. It's more of an affirmation. You found out doctors don't make enough. That's partially true, yes. So it's doctors really don't make that much money until they're well established. The debt and the amount of time, like the cost of the time spent to become a doctor is ridiculous. I haven't banned you yet, D-Engineer, so I'd guess not. I thought God Complex was the name of the Long Island house. Brother, I'm one of the guys who refers to you as hashtag StackGod. You legit have a gift you choose to share. I mean, thanks, but I mean, I'm just joking, right? Like, I don't think I'm just some, like, all-powerful entity that can see what the market's going to do before it happens. I know I am. You'd be a great orthopedic surgeon, personality and all. Yeah, that's what I was considering. Or plastic surgery, just because of the money. But then I mean, partially I did realize that being a doctor for the purpose of solely for the purpose of making money probably was a bit disingenuous, and that it might not be a good fit for me. There's people out there with Gherk skills, but they work for a salary at a fund. No, there aren't. I'm not. I'm not saying that's a brag, but there aren't. There might be people out there with the same skill set, but they don't work at funds. They'd work for themselves. Most of the people that work at funds are idiots or are nowhere near actual money being traded. Do you think that you make more now that you're trading longer hours and doing more research? Yes. I mean I do. There's no doubt. Part of it's the compounding of my positions like over the years, but I definitely make a lot more money trading than I did even 2 years ago. I think increased exposure. I don't know how much it has to do with more research, but the more research helps. I mean, more data, better analytics. There's people with the skill set of half squat working at funds. Yes. I'm done. Can I get a job in finance? Yes, you can. Would 5/5 SPX options be a bit of wasted theta? Premium for FOMC. Helps with IV a bit more than 0-1. Would be out of them by end of day tomorrow. Are you doing a straddle or a strangle? That's where the difference lies. If you're doing a strangle, you probably want the shorter expiration. If you're doing a straddle, then sure. How can you be so good at stocks without utilizing the powers of crime? You just find the crime, identify it, and then leverage against it. Or with it. Why would I retire? Let's be honest, Walken could work in a fund. Probably. He's not really conspiratorial enough, though. He might want to spend a little more time on Facebook. You just need to say bro enough and they'll hire you. It helps if your uncle, grandpa, or father, distant cousin work there. Are you going to create a scholarship foundation when you die? No. Are there fund rivalries like college football? Yes. Why did you time him out for talking shit about Walken? But Walken's still here talking to me, Fluffy. At this point, I should just go work for XRT. I could probably get you a job. It's gonna maybe pay less than what you make now. Do you earmark money you make from YouTube for anything in particular? No, it just goes into an account. I actually don't even know how much I've made. I don't think it's very much, though. Are we proclaim this as a V-shaped day yet? Because this grind up isn't slowing. It's not fast. It's not accelerating either. What are you so nervous about, Lawrence of Arabia? Do you not have any theta? How likely is it that JPAC comes out and says no rate hike now, but they're likely to do so before the end of the year? Pretty unlikely. I mean, unless he wants us to just hit stagflation head on. Missed out on the net credit synthetic line for Fubo. Oh well, back to selling CSPs for better percent than a boomer gets in a year. Yep. I'm always over leveraged. Ah, I see. I mean, generally, you're not very nervous. I have Junes. What the fuck are you worried about? But also weeklies. Also, what are you worried about? This move up is the perfect speed to make most zero DTE calls not make money. That's why I didn't want to buy any until I confirmed the futures breakout, which has still not happened. So if futures breaks 41.25, I'll grab maybe some like 41.15s, but I have July SPY puts that are up 15%. Worth cutting them before FOMC straddle strangle? Or is it better to hedge them with calls? I'm bearish long term. Up to you. I mean, those are two very different positions that you'd be taking, right? I don't know where your July puts are currently strike wise, but I would imagine those are two very different positions. Do you ever scalp and re-enter long put positions? Rarely. And sometimes I will, but only if I think that the opportunity that I'm getting in the short term is going to lead to like a better re-entry later. Like, for example, on NVIDIA, when we fell below gamma neutral last week, I took some profits on like some 265s and 270s that I'd had open that weren't really, priced very well. And then I re-entered those in the beginning of this week. And those are like June, sorry. Those are June puts, right? So, I mean, yeah, that's an example. Mostly because I overpaid for them initially. I didn't buy them like at the top, and I figured Nvidia might bounce back above gamma neutral going into the Fed meeting, which it did. I mean, it bounced much more than I expected it to bounce, but I'm holding my 415 that expires the 8th into the meeting. Okay. Good price for upstart shares. Looks like it to me. Risky? I mean, yes, they're cheap. They're very cheap compared to where it's been priced recently, but a lot of upstart's future potential rests on the back of the Fed decision tomorrow. So there's some risk in jumping in too early. I wouldn't go all the way in right now. I mean, if it's a position you want, um, there's nothing wrong with, I think, taking a little time on the entry. Care to speculate on why Hellboy let his Rev holdings die? He probably just lent them out to short sellers. Can you look at SCLX? I got rug pulled and I'm holding bags on bags. What the fuck even is this? Where did you get rugged? At $12 or did you get rugged at 7? I mean, it looks like shit. It doesn't have any price history though, so I don't know how much information I'm gonna get from this. I mean, this is why I don't play bio stocks. I think they're being bought out soonish. I bought it initially at 7, then again at 12. Oh Jesus. Who's buying them out? Is that confirmed? Looks like they did a share offering and rug pulled everybody on the 24th. How do you guys end up in these plays? I mean, I don't know if they'll recover from their share offering, but you and the rest of the shareholders just forked over $300 million to them on their market capitalization of 600 million. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know. Does it have options? Can you sell covered calls? Is there a way for you to claw any of that back? I mean, it looks like it's rocketing down right now. I don't think any recovery looks apparent, but it's also, you know, arguably the most volatile sector, and I know nothing about the company whatsoever. But yeah, anytime you have a low market capitalization, low float stock like that and it runs hard, almost 100% of the time you're going to run right into a share offering. Sorry, I don't know more about it, man. Yes, pushing up. No. Yes, still just a little bit. Yeah, okay. It did. It's moved one candle slightly above 41.25. Still no volume. Volume's still dropping. That could still either mean a break up or a breakdown. Do I want calls here? Yeah, I still don't really know if I want to get any calls. I guess I can wait a little longer. Possibly stagnate in the 41.20 range until tomorrow. Seems too boring to bother right now. Yeah, I don't like the upside potential on calls, but there might be like a spike in price improvement, right? Which could be worth capturing if we do break up high enough. Right now we're obviously way too low, but it might be worth having some call exposure for like an hour or two. The only problem is once the call positioning stops coming in nearer the money, the gamma's really negative still. So, yeah, I'm not a big fan of that part. Still a lot of put buy, especially for tomorrow's expiration. I mean, theoretically, upwards consolidation is bearish, but what's it like? The breakdown range isn't very impressive. The break up range isn't either. Grind up to 41.20 until power hour, then back down for psychological 4100 level for straddles. That doesn't seem too far-fetched. I don't know if we'll hit 41.20. The positioning is not like the call side positioning is just not Jesus. Very good. JPM is a fortress. They're the bank now. Super bank. I see us irrationally pumping to 41.35. Yeah, but that's because you're emotional and you don't know what's going on. It's not that you're wrong, but that's the reason you think that. You think we have any additional monitor or two that would give us further data to help analyze the market? What I'm getting, would that help you help us? Wait, what? I have 3 monitors. JPM's already too big to fail. Can't wait till JPM swallows up PAC-W and evolve into an ultra bank. What's the most emotional breakout you've ever been involved with? Have any breakouts ever brought you to tears? No. In the COVID crash, I did get a bit shaky though. Like I had to like walk away for a couple minutes. I don't want 5 or 6 monitors. It's because of the volume at 4135. I'm done trading for the day. I'm just watching. There isn't a lot of volume at 4135 though. Like, there's almost none. Yeah, well, 4135 is like one of the lower volume strikes today. And it looks like we're pretty range bound by the negative gamma between like 4100 and 4125, which means that upside moves here really don't have that much potential. There's no like positive gamma until you get to like fuck 4175, and even then it's barely positive. Like none of this looks bullish. There's repositioning right now, which can, you know, drag us up like 20 basis points, but it's not like we're seeing like big stacks of fucking calls come in out of the money or anything. Do you have any projections for price improvement? The Fed decision tomorrow, like if they do 0.25 and raise terminal like 0.25 or 0.5, where do you think we go? I'm not holding you to it. Obviously, just an educated guess. I mean, like I think we'll see a continuation of bearish momentum if we just get the expected, you know, 0.25 with, you know, matched terminal rate. I think if we see the terminal rate rise or the rate increase itself higher, both of those would be extremely bearish. The market is not prepared for those. I mean, the market's still pricing in a pullback of rates by September. It hasn't stopped pricing that in. And at some point, the market's going to have to take into account that the Fed isn't pulling back rates. Okay. Now I buy a call? I know I'm just going to buy calls here and they're going to burn up, but fuck it. I'll get a couple. All right. What's your highest one-day change in your COVID crash positions value? Like 10x? It was like 15x from at market open. It was up like 15x. It was a lot. What move is expected for AMD? Isn't there typically a certain percentage where we could find this info? Give me a sec, I'll tell you. Looks like market makers pricing in about 8.5%. So 82 to 97 on 1 week. Pricing in about 17% on the 30 DTE. 17.5. IV's up about IV 30's up about oh 5 to 8%. Yeah, so that's about right. 8.4% is what's being priced in on the 1 week. I like to trade on my CRT monitor. It makes me feel like it's the 80s again. Nice. Are you a Wall Street shark? I mean, I don't have any 0 GTE puts left. I closed them all. I got out all my shorter dated puts under 4100. I always get burnt on events like that. Lower risk strategies. I mean, you can straddle or strangle. Those tend to be helpful. You can just play, like, you can do like short put or short call butterflies, where you're just simply playing that the price will move up or down is irrelevant, right? Um, if you don't think the price is gonna move a lot, you could do like condors. Do you think USB has more downside, even though with all the insider buying? I mean, if they begin to fail, they do. I, I still think USB is more secure than PACW, but it definitely is carrying some like serious duration risk on their MBS. They give out a lot of loans at really low interest rates. I don't know. 200 BPS seems excessive for a Fed meeting. At least in the knee-jerk reaction is probably only going to be like 50 BPS. Where it ends up after, all the statements have been made, who knows? The statements haven't been made. There's a few different outcomes for this Fed meeting, so being prepared for them is probably a good idea. I will not shadow calls. I will not shadow calls. His port, not my port. He's rich, I'm a poor. Buys calls. I only bought a few. I don't like that VIX is under 18 again. Too rapid of a drop. Where are the puts being sold is the question. Gamma flips moved down to 41.3250. Retest. 40.50 puts being sold. Maybe just more 4,000s again. Hmm. Could today be one of the best re-entry days for June 4,000 Ps? I sold all mine earlier today, and I'm feeling a bit underexposed. If VIX drops a little lower, maybe. I don't know if it's going to. I mean, when you're buying those farther dated puts on SPX, it really helps to have VIX low. Their Vega's very, very high. So you're extremely sensitive to volatility. Gamma Max on Nvidia. Jesus, up in like the 310 range or something like that. It's in the daily. There's a chunk of future selling. Yeah. A little higher volume on the sell side there than we've been experiencing. Although I don't think that really dictates a shift in momentum just yet. I'm gonna put a pretty tight stop on those calls I bought. They're at like 0% right now, so because if futures does fail here, which I want to say this has, maybe this just like double tops and trades a little sideways in this range. That's really hard to tell. I wish we had some more volume. I could give you guys maybe a better idea. I would say that the upside is close to running its course, though. There might not be a lot left. My problem is always over trading because I make money, then get bored at my job, and I want to re-enter something. So I made money, and I'm still sitting on it for a better entry. Hashtag learning. Yeah, that takes time. You'll get better at identifying what are good entries and what are bad ones, and you'll. I don't know. Maybe not. I still fall victim to over trading, mostly because I'm streaming and I just get bored. VIX 1 day all-time high. Yeah, so if this breaks up here, I think I'm gonna take profit on those calls. 'Cause I don't think a breakup here is gonna last very long. Where does this even break up to? 41.25, maybe. Ugh. It's no profit taking on the put side. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is going to move up without a futures push. So futures is going to need to push higher. Maybe futures has room to 41, 40, 50. 4150 seems out of reach. Why did my message get deleted? I have no idea. What did it say? Will they drag semis down if they miss? I mean, yeah. If the macro perspective offered by their earnings is not healthy, that could hurt the like rest of the sector. I just overtrade to avoid doing my job. I appreciate that, like, that I liked buying those June 4000s back in the 20s, 30s. I like selling them in the 50s, 60s, but I'm not thrilled to get them back in the mid 50s. Yeah. Is this a bear flag or any repositioning to the upside? Not a lot of. I mean, there's calls coming in, right? We moved way down out of where all the calls were. And you know, we collapsed those short put positions. So, you know, now that we're down here nearer 4100, right? Calls need to come in here in order to hedge tomorrow. So this drift up isn't abnormal, right? And it allows for put entries in the lower range. So it kind of works out for everyone, right? Like these all took profits back here, and you know now they can re-enter here. The question is when will the put entries outweigh the call buying, and then you get a shift in momentum, right? And then we're likely to move back down to the 4100 range where, you know, the psychological interest is piled. But it's also like a little bit of a battle that occurs here between the call and put side, right? Because, you know, the call side wants to, you know, they want, like, the bulls want to move things into a higher range and force the puts to reposition. And, you know, the puts want to move, you know, the bears want to move things into the lower range and force the calls to reposition. So the bears already won the big part of the day, right? But now it gets a little grindier and lower volume. Price volatility picks up, but realized volatility goes down. A 4125 seed, don't take profit before it gets there. Yeah, that too. Can you show us ES? Yeah. I mean, it's like slow grinding up towards the one standard deviation here. But it's still really not picking up a lot of volume, right? Like we got a little bit of volume here, but this is kind of starting to dwindle now. And volume over the period is, you know, trending down, right? So this is still upwards consolidation, which is, you know, especially after such a big drop, bearish. Are you using any vulgarity? Weird? Oh, yeah, I mean, YouTube's just weird. This happens to people all the time. Just try to rephrase it. Thoughts on HBM here? Apri? If you responded, I had to step away. How's HBM's pricing? I mean, it's right in the middle. How many times have you asked me at $5 what my thoughts on HBM's pricing are? Excuse me. Sorry to ask like 30 questions today. How fast can VIX drop? I mean, pretty quick. Is it possible we get sub 17 before end of day to sweeten June put entry? Maybe? I mean, it looks like the big hits that the banks were going to take today have been realized, but we may see more bearish price action into the afternoon when volume picks back up again. I need to move these stops up a little. I'm thinking of getting a ridiculously far out of the money DTE strangle for tomorrow for little money, like 40.20, 41.70. Do you think that that's pointless? Probably. I mean, you're statistically, yes. Do you buy Vega when you know there will be a move, but don't know exactly when? Sometimes. Usually more like 45 DTE or greater. And as I confirm, I'll get closer and closer to the money, but with less theta. YouTube doesn't allow the word stupid? Really? You've got to be shitting me. Any advantage of setting up a strangle today as opposed to right before the meeting tomorrow? Don't you want to position right at the money? For strangles, yeah, especially if they're short dated. You want to wait. There could be an advantage to picking up straddles today. Haha, Sir David. Apple Bank breaking down below VWAP. Here comes SPX downsies. Let's fucking go. Maybe. Oh, wait. I'm not watching the right. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know about that. Subway. Futures are still relatively stable. It is. I think it is gonna fail soon, though. I'm gonna get this like stop on these calls just really close to the money. I think. Maybe tests 41.20. I don't even think that looks that good. We should probably find a proper substitute for the word that rhymes with Cupid and is blocked. May I suggest calling things Fibonacci going forward? Yeah, I don't know about that either, but where there's a will, there's a way. I'd like to make more than $1 on the calls that I just overpaid for. Hey Gork, Rev has recovered from bankruptcy. No, it hasn't. Is there any advice you can give on repositioning after big drops like this? Well, first of all, take profit. I just hop back in too soon and I'm forced to average down a bunch. Yeah, and then realize that everyone else also has to reposition. SPX 3500 Junes? Yeah, just a couple. When will you shut down the Bobby channel? It will be delisted soon. Around that time. Revlon emerges from Chapter 11 reorganization. Revlon Inc. exits Chapter 11 with significantly simplified capital structure that will support the company's next phase of growth. Reorganized equity is now owned by its former lenders. Revlon Inc. has approximately $236 million of outstanding liquidity and approximately $1.5 billion of debt outstanding. The majority of the company's reorganized equity is now owned by its former lenders. Newly reorganized company is named Revlon Group Holdings LLC. Huh. And is private, I assume. No, keep Bobby channel as a reminder to us all. Yeah, probably. Although I may turn off the commenting in it. 7x debt? Who the fuck would bail that out in a declining market? Revlon's got a lot of valuable IP and a pretty well-rounded supply chain. They can recover. I mean, they could always recover. Uh, Obviously, Perelman didn't push for that, but yeah, these stops are going right at the money. How's repositioning looking? Um, Fine.
sold puts? Hmm. Wonder if I should just close them. I'll wait. I think we get the test. Higher than that, I don't know though. Let's. But there appears to be no pullback. If we break that, it could rip. Yeah, I've got calls right now, so. Have you started to enter your straddle yet? I'm wondering if it's a good time. No, not yet. If this is gonna break down, I don't want to enter my straddle till the end of the day. Hey Greg, I did fill on my AMD 90C June 16 hedge. How much worse would getting 95C be? Or should I really try for at the money for earnings? I mean, you can get more leverage for cheaper at 95. I don't want to enter puts just yet. I do have pretty tight stops on my calls though. I don't particularly trust all the upside here. Yeah, and after 41.25, there's very little call interest. Although that could change. Remember, those 0 DTs can come in at any time. RC tweeted, the Fed may have to choose between fighting inflation or bank contagion. Ah, what a fucking genius. If they use 0 DTs to keep this at 41.25, better to go all in on puts than straddle. If they use 0 DTs to keep this at 41.25, better to go all in. No, you still want to hedge the upside. That's, what do you mean? How would that be better? That's just infinitely more risky. I didn't overhold my puts, and I took profits near the bottom. Fucking A, man. Do you think the Fed will fight inflation or stop bank contagion? I mean, they have to choose inflation, right? Also, the Fed benefits from banks failing. It doesn't hurt them. The whole goal of the Fed is to centralize banking as much as possible. June 4000P is getting close to the 40s now. Okay. Because the long-term chain is pretty bearish, that doesn't mean you shouldn't hedge the upside though. We're not anywhere near a lot of those long-term put strikes, right? Like we don't have a ton of, like we have a ton of like 0 DTE and 1 DTE puts near the money.
but we don't have like a lot of like far dated puts. So there isn't like a ton of negative gamma near the money, right? Or delta. If futures break up, can we rip back up to fill the upside gap? I mean, it doesn't look like they are. It looks like we're getting rejected on the one standard deviation. This hasn't picked up any momentum yet on the rejection, but there's a rejection. I just got stopped out of my calls. I don't know if I buy puts here or not, though. Maybe. That I might wait on. This might chop longer. Okay, so did I. I don't really think those calls were worth the risk reward. Like, I made money on them, but I feel like it was just lucky. Okay. I just realized I could buy both 95 and 90C for AMD instead of either or. Tunnel vision is crazy, man. Okay, yeah, you could do that. But for tomorrow? Tomorrow what, Mako? How do you set up standard deviations on TradingView? It's a weighted VWAP. And then you can adjust it from there. It's venti. My coffee delivery has not arrived. I've had to drink a lot more Starbucks recently than I have had in a long time. And it's the fucking worst. Ooh. People thinking this can't keep pumping must have forgotten the last 3 weeks of zero DTE call pumping and futures buying. Yeah, but they're not doing those things, right? Like, they're not buying enough out of the money zero DTEs, and they're not, like, driving any volume into futures. No one's forgotten it. I'm very well aware of the potential for the market to move up. It's just weighted in negative gamma right now, and the puts aren't really capitulating like they were over the last few days, right? Like, the bears are flighty, but they're not nearly as flighty as they were, and a lot of them are already deeply in the money right now, right? So if we go with your favorite thing of cash settlement, right, and assuming that, you know, those puts are just going to hold until they can cash settle at the end of the day, then why wouldn't they just buy more puts? Which they're doing now. Now they're buying more puts. If I deliver your coffee, will you tip me extravagantly? Only if it's a mistake. I mean, otherwise, fairly. I mean, generally, I feel like I'm a pretty good tipper. Still don't trust it. I didn't ask you to. What was your gamma neutral on SPX to start the day? True gamma neutral is at 4183 and change. Do not cite the dark magic to me, witch. People must have forgotten that Jim Cramer's bullish. My VIX calls from yesterday just spiked -5 to 0.2 plus 25. Just hanging on to those. Yeah, VIX is climbing. Will you watch and react to how Asmon cooks his $2 steak? I don't know who that is, and no. You're a wizard, Harry. Thanks, NW. VIX one day, all-time high now, greater than VIX. Uh, if only we could trade it. Girk, we closed our calls at the top. I know. Ah, I've got enough puts. I don't need to buy more. Or do you get VIX one day live? I'm in TradingView and it's delayed. Do you pay for CBOE data? I haven't looked at it for a couple days. I know we were gonna fuck around with it. Yeah, it's still delayed, even with the CBOE data. I'm not sure which data package makes it live, but I'm sure it has one. Yeah, this isn't live either. Although I'm not really watching it actively. I probably have it live on IBKR or maybe TWS has it live. So actually that stop set got stopped out, waited, picked up more puts at a later date at a better price. Only took me a year of watching the stream to get it right. Nice, Blutz. Congratulations. You been selling any BTU CCs since earnings? Out of the money. I've sold a few. CBOE CGIF. I'll check and see. I must not have it. Mm. Uh, I feel like those are new. Okay. Now I should have it live. That was weird. I guess I added some data packages that I didn't have. You've been selling any BTUCCs? Gorkacelli, I want to buy a ton of Spy 405 piece for Friday and see if Papa Pow Pow can lead us into oblivion. You know, Popcorn Trader, if there's one thing I've learned, no one can ever stop you from making terrible decisions. Will Upstart earnings, whether good or bad, matter that much against the deteriorating economic environment? Possibly not. I mean, they could have a small effect. Upstart's been expanding their product offerings, so into more liquid credit environments that may help them in the short term, and could definitely help them survive the current tumultuous economic environment. Explain why that's bad. What if SPX or SPY doesn't go to 405? What if JPOW goes full bull tomorrow and you're 30 BPS out of the money before you can even get a fill? Just ignoring me now? I didn't ignore you. What did you say? Don't ignore my comment. Where is it? Where is it hiding? I don't see your comment. Just just copy and paste it. Did it print? Maybe does it have the little icon in the corner? Maybe YouTube blocked it. That's why I can't see it. But I don't see a comment from you in the last 30 minutes besides your comment that says, "Don't miss my comment." Well, after all that grinding up, now the market looks like it's getting fucked for the day. Hmm. Are straddle strangles tomorrow going to be neutral? Probably. Do you speak any other languages besides English? Poorly. I can understand some, like, I don't speak any of them really, but I can kind of understand, like, Spanish, Italian, a little bit of French and Russian. I don't know why Russian. I had a lot of friends in high school that were Russian. Those are just authors, Notson. Baklava. RC tweet? Yeah, it's dumb. My dad deciphered Russian messages during the Cold War. I've been trying to learn some since he passed away. It's challenging. Yeah, it is. Where are you, Jack on the horse? Not enough, Bob. Whatever happened to Eve 6? I don't even know what that is. I'm getting strangled. Help. Okay. Someone help Roberto. He's in trouble. Do you speak poor? Yes. It's my native language. I've been mostly working on learning stock market speak. It's slightly easier than Russian, slightly. Well, every environment has its own lingo too, so lots of dialects, Gen. My port is 2x with my 1 DTE Ps down 27%. If you can't profit with this much volatility, stop commenting and start listening. I'm not looking down. I'm telling you what will make you profitable. Thanks? Are you telling me? Why did you tag me? Calls on IEP? I'm kind of thinking about it. You think Icon's gonna fuck the shorts that are trying to like lambast him with their shitty report? I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the guy shorted GME at the top, right? He's like the anti-DFE. Hindenburg has been getting way too cocky. They've always been like that. Fed hikes to 5.25, 5.5. Inflation prints come in at 5. Fed says they'll pause. Market rips. But what about the banks that are going to fail? Are you aware of any software that can execute bracket orders, open, close, open? Uh, actually, I mean, unless you want to write a custom script in like Python for IBKR, which I think you should be capable of. If not, Tradier, it's they're a brokerage. They're not my favorite, but they have that option. Put a like on the stream, comrades. Thank you, Jack on the horse. Yes. So SLL, these whiners can hear it, not so much. You're the reason I've gained these skills. Thank you, brothers. Oh, I see. All of these, oh, why go up, knuckleheads? Hashtag my own rant. I see. I think everyone's handling the small rise of the market today pretty well. Not too many nervous Nellies. IEP leaps out the money yesterday were like $2. I like these big dumpy dump candles. They're fun. Futures is falling back to like 41.25. I found a little bit of support, but not a lot. I could see settling at 41.25 on futures for the day. That doesn't seem ridiculous. We chop here until close. I get the feeling that we're in for maybe more volatility than that, but I don't think we're gonna see a lot of volatility outside of like this range. So chop, yeah, but I mean that's a pretty big price range still. You know what's interesting is we haven't seen a lot of these puts come in yet. These like 95 through 80, like 40.95 through 80. These are still light. I wonder if those are going to come in here at the top, like in this upper range. This would be a good time for those to enter going into tomorrow. Writes like the stream in Cyrillic, instantly 100% likes to viewers ratio. Interesting. Fidelity's trade armor is the closest I've found. I hate that, by the way. It's fine, but I hate using it. I have to set up like GME CCs on that, and it's a fucking bitch. It's fine if you're just doing like one position, but if you're doing multiple, it's really hard. In the Soviet Union, market strangles you. That might be what's going on with Roberto. How are your big old fridgies? They're fine. I mean, they're sub-zero. They're very good quality. What do you see? What do you used to see those SPX options coming in? Is it free on the internet somewhere? It's not free, but it is on the internets. I don't recommend it because I don't like their calculations. Like, it's fine for volume data and shit. Just use Fidelity if you want to see flow. Reporting live from the Soviet Union. Clapton America beat you to the Sub-Zero Scorpion joke. Death for my birthday. I'm sorry. You realized from your morning DD, the market went down and hit the midpoint exactly in your red box, then bounced to the top side of the red box and bounced down. Soothsayer. I've been called a lot of things. But yes. Soothsayer is one of them. Wait till we fill this sweet-ass gap, right? Who wants to fill that gap? I do. I've also been called handsome. Thanks, Goblin Rifle. Hindenburg Research is about to have the same experience as Bill Ackerman shorting Herbalife. Yeah. I just want Icahn to like announce tomorrow that he's gonna do like a $2 or $3 billion share buyback. Everyone's mom says they're handsome, Gorik. I know, but my mom said it more. Gap fill on Thursday to celebrate May the 4th. Ew. I hate Star Wars, and you know this. With the current movement, do you think we may need a redder box? I already told people, you know, if we break below 40.50 this week, there's really nothing but downside. I don't think that's where the majority of our volume is going to trade, but yeah, we could fall out of where I have the red box currently. But I extended it where I thought we would trade for the majority of the week, and said I would adjust it after the Fed meeting. Yeah, we went over trade armor, Sir David. I'm not trying to hijack it. There are days I feel like, why can't the big boys just have educated discussion? And then there are days when I realize you are awakening people and empowering them, and I feel proud to be part of that. Conflicted, bro. Must be the migraine. I don't know how many people I've awakened. Maybe a couple, but I mean, I try to get the pertinent information in there in between the constant calls of do I buy puts or calls. The longer people are here, the less they do that shit, though. Well, some of them, except for Popcorn Trader. He still asks me what he should buy every day. You don't even like Rogue One? That one was okay. But just okay. Ultimate red pillar. You've awakened my meat flower to become one with the booth. Nice. Stop asking me about IEP. I don't care about it, Posty. If Carl Icahn announces he's going to do a share buyback, I'll buy calls. I'm disappointed SS didn't invite you to the DD writer celebration. Yeah, I know. But I'm a big shill, and they don't want me ruining their, DRS bandwagon. It's much better to silence the opposition, right? That makes it easier to push a narrative. How about everyone here like the stream? I think they have. Most of the people here have liked the stream. Nope, never mind. Tried Say Coffee Roachers. They've apparently highly renowned. They're in New York City somewhere. I don't think so. Although I don't like buying $30 bags of coffee. There's plenty of like smaller roasters that don't overcharge for, fancy biodegradable bags. I feel like I ask a lot of questions, but I try for more of a "what are your thoughts" instead of "should I do X." I value the reasoning more than the yes no. It's more valuable. Thanks, hamburger helper. Jimmy not realizing any price improvement from recent FTDs and nothing else to look forward to. Can we expect more down? Yep. Gurk always says not to shadow his trades. I do. Thank you, what the fuck videos. Best stream ever. Clean drinking water and plentiful salmon to attract bears and pigeon whales. Nice, Squamsk. I've been listening on Discord while I work, but I've just popped in to like it. Thank you so much, Ashley. Appreciate it. You know, guys don't have to. I don't really give a shit. I took profits before the midday grind up, then repositioned. Is this the way to become less poor? Sure. I got some puts and DRS them today. We will soon lock the float on SPX. Nice. Thanks for all the knowledge. Up 50%. Large enough to start into margin as well as a setup for good positioning for tomorrow. Being said, I'm out for the day. Nice. Well done. Do traders setting up straddles at institutions have OCD such that we can expect them to avoid 4110 and shoot for 4100 or 4120? I mean, that'll depend on their own like portfolio delta and stuff. So I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say that they're all going to overshoot 4110. That seems silly. That sounds disturbing, Paris. Thanks, Casper. Good to see you, man. I went up from 750 to down 250 to up 200, winning. Okay. Was the 750, did you not like the 750 part? You often refer to crashes as engineered. Not necessarily engineered, but accounted for, right? Like, I believe that informed investors are aware of a crash before a crash occurs. But informed investors have all the stocks, right? They're the sellers. They're the only people really capable of driving that kind of fear in the market. But yeah, I mean, you need the large scale sale of equities. Fear. You need fear for a crash. I can't believe I misspelled salmon. Eternal shame. I mean, I've already forgotten about it until you brought it up again. We haven't had an intraday cup and handle joke in a while. Please don't let this come back to haunt me. How about 25 BPS and 2 more rate hikes? That seems reasonable. I mean, I don't think they need to target a terminal rate much above, like, I think they need to at least open up the terminal rate to like 5.75. But I don't think they need to go beyond that significantly. Sam Itch? Fuck are you on about? What about the banks? I mean, the banks are going to be hurt by continued rate increases. Remember the part earlier where regulators were asking the Fed to stop doing that? That's because they own bank stock and they are the banks pay people to go to those, you know, elected officials and tell them what they want them to say, like what the bank wants them to publicly say and do. This is how our country works. Like Gary Gensler moved to change a small set of rules that would cut into the profitability of current hedge fund strategy, right? And then he was lambasted from both sides of the aisle like he was a fucking criminal because he wanted faster settlement. Unless you guys didn't see that railroading. But that's, that's what hedge funds pay. They pay good money for that. Have you seen the thick of it? Yeah, I have. That's pretty good. Gensler's still around. I mean, it's only his like 200th week in office. Relax. So JPAL pumps markets for weeks, forcing. So JPM pumps markets for weeks, forcing JPAL to increase rates, leading to small bank failures, allowing JPM to scoop up failed bank assets for cheap. I mean, the outcomes not necessarily. Let's correlate. You're conflating correlation and causation. I wouldn't blame the entirety of the market pump on JPM. That's a bit much. GG getting lambasted by both sides and SS agreeing with them is a testament to how effectively they've been manipulated. Yeah, well, they're dumb, right? I mean, that's why they're still in there. I have BritBox. Do you see a path to SPX 3700 by June if JPOW is hawkish? Yes. My 616 400p might be saved. Yeah, I don't know when you bought it, but it could be. I don't ever watch anything on any of the streaming services that I subscribe to. I'm too busy. I just pay for them. Nope, CF looks bad. It looks like it had a bullish reversal and then failed super hard. That's a little bit better, Byronic. Why is nobody pissed off that the FDIC broke federal banking regulations by allowing JPM to scoop up FRC despite having other available bids? Not only that, they eased their purchase of it by agreeing to offset risk on their hold to maturity securities. I pay for my streaming. The rest of my extended family uses it, and I don't. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. JPM claimed that the rule only applies to banks not in receivership, and everyone just lapped it up. Of course they did. Jamie Dimon spinning federal regulation like a Vici high on E. SPX gonna tap 4120 before puts come in for tomorrow. It already did. Hmm. Ooh, that is getting bearish right there. What would do that? Buy some puts? I'm gonna buy some 415 puts, I think. No, you know what? I'll buy some out of the money ones too. Too expensive. Brett, thank you so much for hooking up JC. JC, welcome to Cornichon. Because they'd have to admit they caved to JPM threatening to pull their deposits if someone else bought them. I mean, the FRC had no control at that point. The FDIC had to cave, you mean? Any idea why IBCR will let me trade SPY 0 DTs later in the day? No. Call them? 3980 with hawkish guidance. We then bounced to 4050 the next day morning followed by a dump back to 39.80 end of day. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I don't know about that. There's a lot of futures positions that are already underwater. It's gonna get worse if we drop further. TLT 106 end of day. Maybe. After the bailout in '08, JPM became a government bank. My buddy worked for their AML department, and the amount of data that they shared with the government is huge. Yeah. Saxo is starting reserving cash for 0 DT 2 hours before closing. Maybe IBKR the same. Is that like a international regulation or something? When you bought 415 puts, are you expecting it to go up? Wait, what? I bought 4115 puts. No, I bought them because I expected to go down. I bought them right here. I bought them like right at the tippy top. Are you too big to fail? It's heads I win, tails I win. If a bet goes sour, you can just recoup your losses by fear mongering as to the consequences of your fragility. Yeah. Can we dance when the futures finally gets the message of no rate decreases, or does JPOW need to spell it out for them in Braille? JPOW may need to walk into the fucking conference room with a sandwich board strapped across his body that says the Federal Reserve will not lower rates for the into the end of 2023. And short of that, I don't know if anyone will listen to him. What do you want me to say about Icon stock? I wouldn't try to, I mean, maybe their shorts were underwater, but I wouldn't try to fucking force a short rally on Icon's company. That's some dumb shit. He's got a lot of liquid cash. Is he wearing clothes? Does it matter? If you spend the entire meeting imagining J-Pow naked, I don't think him wearing clothes matters. He needs to have his piece out to really get the message across. And the sandwich board is see-through. Oh, my fluttering heart. If you have in the money 0 DT options in IBKR and don't have settled cash for them to be exercised, they won't allow any more options to be opened. Oh, this isn't a problem I've ever had. They also start liquidating in the money 0 DTs at 215. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know what goes on in your guys' IBKR accounts. They're different rules. JPOW needs to hold the press conference outside and get a plane with a banner to fly circles with the Fed will not cut rates this year written on it. That might work. Maybe Wall Street Bets could do it. The fuck are we going up for right now? Well, we dropped and then we bounced a little. I definitely don't miss his DD. Zero DT gamma volume looks like 4125-ish end of day to me. What am I missing that made you buy zero DTE puts? Oh, what, just now? I think we could still drop into the lower range before the end of the day. But yeah, 4125 does look like where we're going to center. I think more puts are going to come into the downside. They may not. I think there's like a little bit more room to the upside here, and then this is going to fail again. $41.20 is where they want the straddle. I mean, I don't think the Bears want it there, but that's where it's at. Although our range is getting narrower. Yeah, I still don't think 41.10 is out of the question. Half day down, then 1 month up. Now you're learning. How low will Tesla go in the upcoming turmoil? I plan on holding for 5+, just trying to maximize my tips. Pretty low. I mean, I probably wouldn't buy back into Tesla unless it was under 100. Maybe significantly under 100. Did Koala Hugger die of chlamydia? Maybe. They harvested his brain because they needed a friction-free environment to test at NASA. Cash for now, then. Thanks. No problem. Can you see us double top here and test a new low? Possibly. Rare insults? That was a pretty good burn, huh? Futures retest. I'm not going to be able to get 40-20 puts, right? Well, maybe. Can we fill that? Okay. Yeah, I think I'd like to straddle 40-25, but I don't know if we'll see it. There's still a lot of puts at 40-25. Overvalued big tech, a la Nvidia, is essentially being treated by institutions as the big banks are with deposits. Flight from risk to substantively similar, yet too big to fail different risk. I mean, they're not too big to fail at all. You're talking about trillions of dollars versus billions. No, I don't watch any of that shit. I mean, like, sometimes I end up in a situation where, like, the Super Bowl or something is being watched, but I don't care about it or really pay attention to it. 41.25 or 40.25? 41.25. Fuck would I straddle 40.25? That's $100 out of the money. So? Use your fucking brain. This keeps milking that SF6 demo? I don't... No, I'm not. Happy 500th stream. Oh shit, is it? That's crazy. Fuck, man, I've been doing too many of these. Bro, we need a celebration. I don't know what to do. There's only like fucking 700 people left. It's not gonna get that crazy. Everyone left because GME doing bear things. Celebration song? No, I don't care that much. Give away some Revlon. 700 is way more than Jared Leto's cult, I suppose. I already banned Walken from the Discord. You have more episodes than Joe Rogan. Damn. I logged into YouTube to celebrate 500. Thanks, Zizzy. Congratulations on your 500th stream. Thanks, Bodhi. As I mentioned yesterday as well, please do not delete the videos on this channel should you decide to stop streaming. I'll just put them behind a paywall, like a really huge paywall. That'll be better. Hey Gurk, first time back in a while. I missed you. I had a dream about you last night, and I woke up today, and my sheets were wet. What mean? I think you know what that means. If this stream dies, I'll go broke. Jared Leto needs discussing. How is he the multidisciplinary success that he is with such a glaring lack of talent in all of those disciplines? That's a good question. I really don't know. I really don't know. I'm not sure who he is. So that probably doesn't help. 500 likes and dislikes for this momentous occasion. Thank you so much, Frank. Whatever you want, Mr. Little Pickle. Congrats on 500 streams. I can't believe we've lost money with you 500 times. Who's Jared Leno? Is that Jay Leno's kid? I don't know. I'll get going on the dislikes. Of course you will. You and your 900 YouTube accounts, Pie Polar Bear. The artists of the Louvre really missed the opportunity for 500 days of Gherkin stream card today, huh? Congrats. Thanks, man. Lead singer of 30 Seconds to Mars. Yeah, I don't really know who that is either. How long has this other Frank been around the stream? I'm the one true Frank the Tank. You guys can hash that out with each other. He's the dude from 30 Seconds to Mars, and then he acted in Blade Runner and Dallas Buyers Club. Matthew McConaughey? Thanks, Wi-Fi. You see the movie Lord of War? Yeah. Started trading through my 401k. I want to know if it would be best to sell my Vanguard 500 stock for bonds to avoid upcoming selling. I mean, if you think that there's a risk that you would see a drop in equities in the future, then, bonds would be considered a safer investment. He's the brother in Lord of War. The one that gets shot? Oh, okay. Okay, that makes more sense. I never saw Morbius. How's he in so many movies? Do you see the new DTC rule about collateral? No. With the hot tub stream, you've streamed over 5,000 hours. Fuck me. That's a lot. That's like a degree. You can teach YouTube now? How? I'm still not good at it. The channel's been shadow banned since last August. When do I get my pickle financial diploma? When I set up a merch shop. What instrument do you play in the shadow band? Can I do vocals? If you want to, yeah. Are you as good a singer as Jared Leto? Is there an actual reason to stick with YouTube? I don't know. Probably not. That would actually be funny if you sold a fake diploma that said stonk trader. We're going to Patreon? Ugh. You can't rewind the Twitch? Don't ever go to Twitch full time. Noted. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, guys. Thank you for all the well wishes for too many of these streams. All right. What do we got going on? Feuds battling for 4120. Okay. 4140. Apply 100% haircut and assign no collateral value to the securities or issued by an affiliate of any lender listed in Table 1, Appendix A. That's interesting. When does that go into effect? Oh, today? Fun. Did I miss much aside from the 200 BP drop? How's tomorrow looking? Like we have a federal FOMC meeting? Are you going to play zero DTs tomorrow? Maybe. They get expensive. Do you think an AMD earnings at the money straddle is worth it tonight? No, I think IV's too high. They're like sweet potato chips. Almost 100, also 100% haircut on MBS issued by U.S. agency government. Interesting. And did they release that notification this morning? Or has that been filed for a while? That's going to create liquidity problems for hedge funds. If you had a 10K port currently, how would you approach playing the Fed meeting tomorrow? I don't know, maybe like a short expiration straddle or like a slightly out of the money strangle. Not too far out of the money, but futures broke up. Did positioning change substantially while I was gone? Not really. I guess a little more call interest at 4130 coming in. Hypothetically, if you ran into 20 million overnight, how would you allocate it? Treasuries?
It is Sinus. I'm aware. I can't wait to close flat on the day. I don't know about that. That's 400 grand a year on yields. Yeah, and then you can use those for, well, you could use those for margin. How degen would this be for tomorrow if I wait till direction is decided and buy 1 week DTE out of the money? That's a much more conservative way to approach the Fed meeting. Yeah, it really depends when you buy them. NW. Hmm. Because IBKR won't always give 4.6% for cash, right? Thanks, Verax. I don't even know if the upside range is 4130. It could be. I feel like the market feels pretty comfortable. It all depends on futures at this point. None of this is being driven by like SPX options positioning. Not really. So that was Nvidia's last higher high for sure yesterday, right? Right? And we'll find out. I don't know. I don't think it's going to get pumped up again. But that depends on a lot of factors. So wait, they just dumped to buy very cheap calls today? I mean, they did get some calls cheaper. I mean, not all of them. Also, they spiked volatility, so I don't think they saved a lot of money. Like the long term bull side sold off pretty hard today. And the VIX spiked on a decent amount of put accumulation. And then also the sale of all those short puts. Fuck. 1 sec. All right.
VIX getting awfully jumpy. Well, yeah. I mean, well, we should start to see some of that put positioning come in to the downside, right? Ideally. The market ends up reacting bullishly to JPOW FOMC tomorrow. What do you think the range for that move would be? And that'll depend on the sold puts, right? I mean, right now we're still really limited on the upside due to the sold put positions, right? And then we got the hedge equity fund 3 at 41.90, right? And then all of the other sold call positions that are kind of bandwagoning on that. So yeah, I mean, upside range is actually pretty limited. And given the amount of like longer dated call positioning that took profits today, I don't know if there's substantially enough to the upside for us to continue moving up, especially if we stay negative gamma. Hmm. I'm straddling tonight also, not just before the meeting. I'm going to set my straddle tonight and carry it through the meeting. I always react bullishly to JPOW. Alas, I am but one handsome man. Really, the last few Fed meetings haven't been very bullish. It's been a while since JPOW fucked any puts. There could be a pump of Apple beats earnings expectations. That's after the Fed meeting, though. Isn't that Thursday? Is Apple earnings tomorrow or Thursday? They're okay. Are there any important earnings tonight? Pfizer. That was today, right? Pfizer, AMD, HSBC will be important probably. Was that tonight or did that already happen? Are you gonna favor the put side of tonight's straddle? No. I mean, positionally, yes, because I have a lot of puts. But the straddle itself is going to be delta neutral.
Hmm. Ooh, BP has earnings too. Hmm. Zom superior to BP, FYI. It's definitely superior to it in terms of covered calls. But since I bought BP, it's up 42% and Zom's only up 32. Well, I told you guys, Verax, one day they would start cutting into the margin requirements. It's not a good sign. It means they're willing to drive the speculation out of the market in order to offset risk. Revlon just disappeared from my port. Nice. Were you saving it for something? I thought for sure we'd drop back to 4,100 quicker. I don't think anybody wants to fuck with the futures buyers. Can you go over what the DTCC haircut means for regards? Yeah. Mm. The DTCC is risking everyone off. If I become pontiff, can I spend my day with you like a father-son work day? Sure.
If bullish Fed, would you pull back any 1750 GME/CC? Probably not. I would say Pac W probably has more duration risk. Russell. I did read the DD the one you sent me. I mean, they're reining in risk, right? That's the point of it. It's actually kind of a big deal. We use a CBOE data provider, Latin King. All right, Watkins talking too much again. Should we load up on some 4,000 weekly puts as a lotto for the Fed? You could if you want to. Should you? Probably not. Sounds risky. Wait, Fluffy, how did we both time him out? I'll check it out, turd. Did you guys just Eiffel Tower a member? Yeah. We just Eiffel Towered walking. It was kind of glorious. I, I'm gonna screenshot this and preserve it. What an awesome day. What does Eiffel Tower mean? Do you live in Utah? Do those run in parallel? I think they're parallel, unfortunately. Why can't more days be as easy to trade as today? I mean, I think they are, right? Did you buy calls on like Monday and last Friday and Thursday? Because those were pretty easy. I'm still not sure if it does 5 or 10 minutes. I'd ask Walken, but I don't care what he says. Yeah, some days are easy, but days like today are ultra easy. Why? Because you woke up with puts and they were in the money? I guess, yeah. But you had to hold them through all that upside. Ugh, that was rough. I go through Paris on my flight home from Greece, unsure if I will make it through the airport due to the riots. If I get stuck there, I will get a pic of the Eiffel Tower. Nice. Please do. Yeah, share it with us on the Discord. I don't live in Utah, but there are days when I feel like I must have, judging by the amount of things I learn in here. So, Jen, an Eiffel Tower is when a woman is in coitus with two men. And well, not necessarily. Actually, any three individuals, and they high five over the well, let's call them the perpendicular person, and their hands meet in the middle, forming an Eiffel Tower. Draw it for education. I already drew this. This was the original how to fuck the shorts thesis. The DRS people didn't like it. The library has nothing on this. I'll talk to collections development. That's a good idea. A modern library for a modern world. Draw Walken in the middle and you and Fluffy on the sides. Ah, good job. Yeah, I guess it only was for 5 minutes, Fluffy. That's unfortunate. I don't understand why this stream has so many reports against it. Me either. I think an Eiffel Tower is also when you buy like an iron condor and a call. So you get that nice profitability window, and then boom, just got just one call right there. I guess you could use the net credit. Huh. Is this how I got rid of all the viewers? I should keep it up. Everyone's got their limit. Is Zero DT Strangle at 4070, 165 likely to make money? That's really far out of the money, Bruce Wayne. The answer's in the delta. What are the odds of a 4165 Zero DT tomorrow going in the money? Uneventful FTD report is out. All right. might get wild and sell some 1750, 519 GME CCs. All right. If everyone has a limit, what's yours? I mean, we'll find out tomorrow if it's 501 streams. My friend said you look like a Greek man selling falafel under the overpass. I slapped him in his face and said, "You're a beautiful, brown-eyed Persian musketeer." Well done, Jimmy D. I couldn't be more proud of your reaction. That's exactly how I would have reacted had I been there. That's Linux, anyway, not me. We're trading the guaranteed market crash live tomorrow. Buckle up. No one said that. What's it called when they patty cake instead of high five? Hot cross buns? I had to come up with that one on the fly, but that should definitely be a sexual position. CrossFit. It's called the Cincinnati Slip Slap. That sounds more official. Kendra approves. I'm sure he does. The writers are on strike in Hollywood. Will you be streaming tomorrow with no writers? I don't know. Should I cancel the stream tomorrow in solidarity with the writers union? You've taken it too far somehow, Space Banana. If you actually quit streaming after today, I'm DMing you the company that runs my rental properties in the EU. You can stay for free and it will remain anonymous. All right. For how long? How long can I freeload in your EU apartment? Is this like for life? Because I'll fucking get on a flight tomorrow. I hate paying rent. Now you're pro-union? I've never been anti-union. I think more people should unionize and revolt. Yes, the cops will shoot some of you, but imagine the progress. End of day SPX prediction. I don't know. Futures are kind of failing a little bit here, but I expect that some call buying might prop us. I'm actually a little surprised we've pulled back down to 4120. The majority of positioning's like above us right now. You can all go to France to see how it's done. Yeah, the French know how to riot. We had to have a safety meeting at BlackRock because of it. That's a price Girk is willing to pay. Well, I don't want to live in the house I own. Gross. Thanks to Gork, Wetzel's Pretzels has the strongest workers union in the whole mall. You mean their shareholders? Some of you will die, but that's a price I'm willing to pay. Exactly. Single 4110 0DT Moonshot is dying. Crash the market. As the holder of 5 4015s, I feel you. Although, I might have a better chance than you do. Remember when Tim was like, why would you buy 4015 puts? I hope I find out in a minute why I bought them. Okay, so two dudes high five is an Eiffel Tower. But what is an Arc de Triomphe? Oh, that's 4 people. 2 parallel people. And then over the top to the side, right? It's not like a direct high five. It's gotta be. And then you create the arches, right? Or alternatively, hold on, you could do it with 6 people. Yes. So it's like a double, think of like a double Eiffel Tower crossed over in the middle. That's a hot cross bun. Are you still here? Yeah, Gaff. Who told me to check my DMs? Dork didn't send me anything. Oh, fuck you, Vix One Day High. Of course it's at an all-time high. It's only existed for like a week. Oh, perfect. Yep, nope, that's the Eiffel Tower. Well done. Well done, Yaga. I'm gonna share that with everybody. This is the profitability curve for an Eiffel Tower option strategy. It's not even that bad, actually. Net credit. Nice. Little risky. You really need a range bound index, but it's beautiful. This place is awesome. Honestly, all the profits for the base person, they get all the good gains. NVIDIA 421 220p's finally gonna print. No. Was max loss lower than credit? I said it wasn't bad. And the max loss is credit plus another $1,000. But I present unto thee, Elton John, upon approach completion from the backward angle, one doth remove 1 pouch of glitter, confetti and stardust, remove 1 star-eyed pair of shades, place them upon thine eyes, upon white, throw party jester onto back, cry, Rocket Man. Nah. It's really not as good as the one I did, though, right? I mean, not bad, but where's the piano? I don't know who that is. Any suggestions for managing long-term puts while on vacation for a week, other than checking my phone a few times a day? I like that one. Maybe panic checking it to the point where you ruin your vacation with anxiety, like Dork. In Toronto slang, we call Eiffel Tower battery and the horizontal member battery ting. Okay. Why does Toronto have slang? GameStop's still down on the day. Ooh, market ripping to 41.25. Barely. Don't listen to him. Toronto doesn't call it that. Okay. Icon closing his $9 billion short position? I doubt it. I've been waiting for this for a while. NVIDIA off screen. It's clawing its way back. It's interesting. All of this upside and VIX is flat. Like, VIX isn't really dropping a lot here. Maybe it squeezes a little more out of it. Oh, there we go. We're going to test 41.25. The pump is on. How many times can you switch between margin and cash account? I've been avoiding PDT for like 3 months. It's a good question. GameStop's still down on the week, month, year, decade, century. Is it down on the century? Yeah, I guess so. Why are so many people named variations? Like there's Hamburglar, there's Hamburger Helper, and Cheeseburger. Are you guys all friends? Jimmy was way higher in 1923. The Burger Club family. Yeah. Hamburger Posse. We shall henceforth be called the Burgers, the new East Side rival gang to the Dans. You know, this happened once before with another offset faction called the Brags, and they were the fucking worst. They still are. I'm pretty sure I banned all of them, or anybody who thought it was funny to change their name to Brag. Um, I'm gonna start making accounts to additionally attend to the stream, such as Fartcorn Trader and Dan for Fire. Nice. So you're saying I should change my name? It's up to you, Gaff. Was Brag a variation on the holy name of Freg? It was, and an insult to Freg's legacy. I don't think I'm playing FOMC till tomorrow. Are you buying your straddles now? Maybe. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm already straddled. Faction Rivalries in the Pickle Jar, Volume 1. How many bans have you done since Pi-Fi was started? Personally? I don't know. 30, 40. I don't think there's actually that many actual people banned. Most of the bans have been bots. I think the list of actually banned people is pretty short. So Breg is actually sacrilege and blasphemy. Yes. Yeah, it's best not to upset Carl. He will time you out. Can you create clan tags on chat? Probably. Gangs of New York Part 2, Burgers versus Dan's. I have a meeting every morning right at market open every day. It's the fucking worst. Can you like reschedule it? I must have the worst personality. Why do you say that, Kenny? Steelers fan was an argument bot, Hazy. Not you, Jets fans. What's the difference between straddling now versus tomorrow? Is it because of IV? It can be, yes. Not always, but sometimes it's better to get in early. Whatever happened to Kool-Aid Man? That guy was awesome. I don't know. You know, we've lost a lot of people to GME over the years. Either because of their attachment to GameStop or lack of attachment to GameStop. Kool-Aid Man caught a BNE? Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. So he'll be back in like another year. Do you know when he's got paroled? I've been banned. I'm a hate watcher now. I always press like twice. Why were you banned? Did you suck? I'm here because of my attachment to money. Nice, duty, Catman. That's a good thing to be here for. Just, well, I mean, you're already a pigeon whale, so you can kind of rise up above the drama of the Dans and the Poors and their infighting. Are prisoners allowed to day trade? I don't. Maybe. I mean, allowed is, but can they? Maybe. I keep coming here hoping to learn stuff, and it's not going so great. Is that your inability to learn stuff, or just because I spend most of the day talking about food and espresso machines? Brett, thank you for adding 8 Rob back to the fold. Welcome to Cornishad, man. Give Brett a shout out. Most prisoners are not allowed internet in the US. Again, allowed, right? I've seen a lot of videos from inside prison on the internet. So, how did they get out? What did they save them to an SD card, have someone boof them, take them out and upload them to World Star Hip Hop? Oh, okay. Well, that's shit. Never mind. Ding ding. The day is done, but is the market? It doesn't have to be. It continues over here in the form of futures, where we can spend the rest of the night speculating on what our puts might do tomorrow, regardless of how little volume trades. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here for 500 episodes of this absolute garbage. It's been really cool hanging out with all of you sometimes, except when Walken's there. Seriously though, thanks. I'll see you guys tomorrow, probably. Have a good night, everyone.